All right. Like weirdly backed up again today. Hard to breathe. All right. So, first off, chat, can I get a couple more beers for making bacon, keeping that sub alive? But we are going to be continuing Angelrazor. This is a fort that we started yesterday because the fort previously, that haunted biome fort, was it just got too laggy. There was dozens and dozens and dozens of undead in the cavern layers. And from what I can tell, an undead forgotten beast, plus all of the random zombies just like living in the river up on the surface, and it got to be too much. The frames just got too bad. Combine that with the fact that I was pumping lava from underground all the way up onto the surface, that's not going to slow the game down a lot, but it sure wasn't helping. And it got to the point where the game was just running too slowly. So we started a new fort, which is called Angelrazor, which is, well, we spent a bunch of time in a haunted biome, so we went the exact opposite. We're now in a joyous biome. So joyous is like the inverse of haunted. It's the good biome, full of magical creatures and happiness and love and joy and excitement. A bunch of our dwarves from the previous fort have walked over, so far we have Axon, Zakos, who I actually need to add to the sound commands list. Anyway, Mind, Anander, Disco, Space Pirate, Psychon, Akre, Jackneric, I Am Omnivore, Spiky-Haired Freak, Dragon Man, Krabicus, Mark, Raz, Jackneric, Bastet, Cambloco, Frog, and of course, Dandy Barfunkel. It is you. It is you. And you had a kid because you are married to Bastet, and you now have a kid named Kodak. Cattle. Yeah. And you of course, you worship Lamar, who's the deity of marriage and wealth, because of course, marriage leads to wealth naturally, not the other way around. The cool thing about this biome, there's none here right now, but we keep getting mountain gnomes. Mountain gnomes keep showing up and stealing my stuff, and I love it, and I hope that they continue to do it. And I would like to try and cage trap a couple of them. So I need to keep some booze on the surface to attract gnomes. I want more gnomes. Gnomes are fantastic, so all of the gnomes. We've already traded with the dwarves. We keep getting dive bombed by things. There's a ton of troglodytes trying to escape from the fort. As far as the fort itself goes, I think I should give you guys a brief tour. Just gonna shut the camera off for this. So we are up here, kind of up on the surface. We dug through some iron already, so we need to keep digging around in this layer because this is where we found iron. If we go down a little further, we hit the first cavern layer, which is pretty open right now, and I do need to go along here and seal this off. But this cavern layer, and part of the reason I've left it open is because gremlins keep on showing up. And we actually had a gremlin run up to the surface and release a gnome from a cage. So I think that they're in cahoots, and that is awesome. So we got gremlins and gnomes. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? So if we keep digging down, or going down, we power through the second, or the first cavern layer, and into the second one, and this is where we're setting up fort. Down here in the second cavern layer. So I did mention earlier, we have 3 metals that I found so far. We have native silver, we have lignite, which is an ore of iron, and we have gold. So we are, of course, making all of our furniture out of gold because bling it up, Buttercup. We've got this lovely little tavern kitchen up here, and I'm working on a guild hall right here for a stoneworkers guild, which just formed, their local branch. And then if we go down a little further, we are farming in the caverns because I like to live life dangerously. And if we go further down, not even that much further down, like just a handful of layers. Just a handful of layers further down, we have bars and metal storage, and our forges, and then right beneath the forges is the reservoir. Welcome back, Freeways. It's good to have you back. So, that is the fort. If anybody has questions or if you'd like a dwarf, give me a shout, because we can absolutely get you dwarfed. And hey, Athros, what's up? Your dwarf is still alive in the other fort, so you might still show up. Yeah, that's where we're at currently, and that's what we're working on currently, and that's what we're digging through currently, and yeah, it's a pretty, like, shallow fort, but my plan for this is we're actually going to start building up. My desire for this fort is to actually build a platform 1 sea level above the ground and build kind of a, not floating, but standing fortress 1 layer up on stilts. Because I'm looking at this map and going, all right, there's no trees. Okay, so there's no brush cover, really. There's, like, some vegetables growing on the surface, but there's no trees, there's no brush cover. There's almost no hills. I mean, there's some on the edge. And I want these dwarves to be secure, and we're going to be, as part of the goal of this fort, I have the hiccups, apparently. We're going to be invading this necromancer tower down here. We're not going to be stealing any books. We do not want to become necromancers, but I want to destroy this necromancer tower. So I'm thinking about building us on stilts, basically. Yeah, literally a stilt house fort. With an entrance that is drawbridges. So that's kind of the plan for construction of this fort, is we're going to build up to here, and we're going to build out from up here. And that's where we're going to put our military. That's where we're going to put probably our defenses. That's where we're going to put any shenanigans that we do for, you know, bringing stuff from underground up onto the surface. That's where we're going to do all that. Plus, another thing I really want to do in this fort, because I already have better metals for combat than the previous fort, plus we have adamantine, which the last fort didn't. I want to go after more angels, because the name of the fortress is Angelrazor, and the image of our fortress is an angel getting flayed by a blade. I want to go kill more angels. So in order to do that, I need good weapons. And I need very talented legendary dwarves with those weapons. And then I need to send out multiple squads at a time to go and kill the angels out at the surface fun spires. So we're just going to be slowly building this out. It's not going to be a super quick process, but it's going to be a small circle that's just going to slowly get built upon over time. And yeah, that is the fort currently. There's almost no trees on the map, so making beds is kind of a pain. Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is? Hey, we have pixies, not fairies, just pixies. I was hoping we'd have fairies, but pixies. Yeah, this is going to be a warrior fortress sieged by gnomes, basically. Because we spent the last fortress building up an army, and now we're using that army, essentially. Pawn Theory. Thank you for that Prime sub. Enjoy the stupid skulls and the dwarfs and such. Cheers. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Pawn Theory? The brand new Prime subscription. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. So yeah, that's what we're working on. While I sip my coffee. So, nice thing is we got our legendary weaponsmiths from the previous fort too. Kravicus, who is one of our legendary weaponsmiths, showed up here. So we do have some pretty high quality stuff in that regard. We're currently making pig iron and charcoal for the pig iron. We're also making rock pots, smelting native gold, and making steel bars a couple at a time as the pig iron is available. In fact, I think I could probably make that into a repeating job. I don't generally do that, but conditions. Yeah, that'll work. I just need to make more charcoal. And then we're good to go. And they will repeat that job. It's one of the only things I'll ever do repeating jobs for. You also need to make beds. Let's make them out of high wood. Because I do actually have a bunch of that. And I like my beds to be coordinated in color. We're going to finish making this area. And then after this area out here, we're going to start working on bedrooms. This right here, the diamond coal, needs its value bumped up just a little bit more. Because it's not quite high enough right now. I don't have any chairs or tables to actually give them. What we're going to do to make my life a little easier is just crank this up to #1 priority. And we're just going to give them some drawings on the wall of the Stoneworkers Guild. Because that's what this is a Stoneworkers Guild. I'm sure that the artworks will be enough. And because we did also just get a migrant wave, I need to slaughter things I don't need. We're actually just going to get rid of these. I don't need those. And we're slaughtering the Drathlas as well. And Kavish brought their pet Peachik, and Spiky-Haired Freak brought their duckling. And that is it. That is the fort currently. Well, currently, I'm just going to real quick look, see, and check. So, steel's getting worked on slowly. Pig iron's getting worked on quicker than steel. Charcoal's kind of our bottleneck currently. You're always very hesitant to slaughter new animals. Why? There's no reason to be hesitant unless they are named. If they are named, then they are a pet. And then the dwarf will be sad if they get slaughtered. If they're just new animals and they showed up and I have no use for them, like, I'm keeping this... no, not you. I'm keeping this duck alive, or these ducks alive, because I'm going to use them for eggs once I get that upper area of the fort built. But everything else, like, it's just troglodytes and other things, so... Like, you shouldn't be concerned with slaughtering animals in Dwarf Fort. Also, speaking of, I'm going to make a garbage dump. Well, it's not that they're wasted resources. They're certainly not wasted resources. But it doesn't, like, actually hurt you in any way to just toss them. You know? I'm going to find a good spot to build a garbage dump. If we go from up there... Go through, yeah, it's gonna go through that cavern there. What if we go through, like, right here? Could do it there. Let's just do this way. And let's hope that a dwarf digs down without canceling the job. We're going to move up to here, remove that, double check, cool. Awesome. So theoretically, that should do her. Buzzard is fighting. So dwarves get happy thoughts if they have cooked meals. If you make a dwarf a nice meal, they will sit there and they will smile and they will be happy. If it's a well-cooked meal. So it's like an extra happy thought. And happy thoughts keep dwarves happy. And happy dwarves don't tantrum. And dwarves that don't tantrum keep the fort alive longer. So, yes, it is worth making them nice meals. Even if it's not super frequently, it is worth it. For sure. I would say it's important. It's not something you need to focus on right at the start. But, yes, it is an important thing, making dwarves nice meals. It's like, is cooking your food before you eat it important in real life or not? Like, do you always cook your food before you eat it? because I do. I mean, maybe I'm the weird one, but... But dwarves can make do with raw food, yes. They will get by. It's a neutral thing. At that point, it's more of an issue of... They will be annoyed if you make them eat the same thing every day, more than anything. Cool. The guild hall is now happy. I'm in stockpile. Oh shit, did they... Oh, they didn't. I was hoping that they slaughtered the forgotten beast. No, they've just been slaughtering Drothless. So this is our forgotten beast right here. Oxit, who's made of fine pewter. I was kind of curious if they would butcher it, but it doesn't look like it, so I put a butcher shop right there. Your mood would be pretty sour if you had to eat rotten eggs? Your mood wouldn't be pretty rocky? You wouldn't... Are you telling me that you would be just like everybody's favorite boxing hero? Also, hey, Flaming Kitties, by the way. Hope you're doing well. Hello. I know you popped in earlier, but I don't think I said hi to you, so... Gotta remedy that. There you go. Building all the things up on the surface. Let's hit J, go to the jobs screen. And Raz, how's your Thursday going? Hope it's well. Gaston's the... Gaston this bitch. Gaston these nuts. But, I don't know. Finding Peridot and various other gems. All of these gems are in the cavern. Also, if I'm playing too quickly or if you're having trouble following, just let me know and I'll do my best to slow down. Got him? I don't know about that. I think the only person that got with that sentence was me. I got myself, really. Been a busy week for you? Why? How so? Just busy with work or just busy in general? My friend Kevin wants to go to a brewery that we like on Friday. So on Friday after I record podcast, I'm going to go to 33 Acres Brewing with a friend of mine. And then my whole weekend at this point is mostly just going to be working on stuff for the YouTube channel, editing various things, working on behind-the-scenes things. I've got a couple of meetings scheduled, and prepping YouTube stuff for the week, mostly. So this weekend will be pretty chill, I think. I am starting to look into a few new interviews that I would like to do. I've been thinking about Undergrave way too much, and I kind of want to... Like, I know that the dev for that game's in Brazil, but I want to ask him how his English is and be like, hey, do you want to talk to me in a video? Because dude responds faster than I do on Twitter, and that's kind of crazy, so... That and, like, I'll upload a video of one of his games, and he'll tweet at me, like, within 20 minutes and be like, thanks for uploading a video of my game. It's like, what are you doing? Like, searching YouTube every 40 minutes? Do you have, like, search trends for all of your shit set up? Like, what's going on? So, I don't know. I kind of want to talk to him about that game, because I think that game's neat. So yeah, we've got to... I'm going to seal off this chunk of caverns, I think, because I need an area for farming, and this is kind of where I'm starting to do my farming now, so... Probably should set this up in a way that is safe-ish. All right, let's do this right next to you, because Dwarf did the smart thing and dodged out. If it was a dumber Dwarf, they wouldn't have done that, but... But yeah, no, we are setting up a lava chute as our form of cleaning. Uh-oh, some more migrants have arrived. Well, some things never change, I suppose. Let's see who we got. Where are they? I don't see them. Oh, I see. I was looking at the wrong angle. It's Kib the planter and a pet doe bunny. Owned by Kib. You're an observer. And a liar. She's a casual worshiper of Del or Diamondcrest. Well, one of us, I suppose. A named turkey. I guess that's fine. Not thrilled about that bunny. We do need more wood burners, actually. That's very good, so. And Spitalier has arrived, as well as a named sheep. Novice Diagnostician. Legendary Grower. And a Butcher. Well, it's like the farming group just showed up. You're a High Master Hammer Dwarf. Well, High Master Hammer Dwarf, I would like you to continue being a High Master Hammer Dwarf. Please go join the military stat. Thank you much. You're a mule. You can get slaughtered. You're a cow. You can get slaughtered. You're also, like, literally, my entire army is showing up from the previous fort. I wonder if any of these are, because some of them are very rusty. I wonder if any of these are dwarves that were actually kidnapped. Because I had a bunch of dwarves that were kidnapped right here. The Dark Goblin Pits of Demon Tightness. And they were all, like, hyper-legendary hammer dwarves. And I'm wondering if some of them are from there. I mean, everybody's into Demon Tightness, if you know what I'm saying. Let's keep building up this platform. The whole concept of a fort on stilts is just kind of fun to me, so. Marshall Weenies and Dabblers. So, the reason I'm getting such specific dwarves is because these are dwarves from my other forts. So if you've made other forts in that world, dwarves from your previous forts will migrate to your new fort, right? Because your new fort is like a... You visualize Succubi in that place? Probably, Reinhardt. It's good to see you, by the way. Think about it this way, right? When you make a new fort, the old dwarves hear about the new fort, and they go, oh, it's a new opportunity. You know, we spent all of this... Like, basically, the dwarves that are in your fort always are, like, the up-and-comer... inspired smart dwarves that want to go found a new fortress. Like, they're the go-getters, right? They're not the ones that are just going to settle into the monotony of day-to-day living and stay in the previous fort that you left them in for all eternity, right? They want to move somewhere. They want to go somewhere and do something exciting, right? So they hear that a new fortress has been found and they show up. So I'm getting dwarves from Mothfall. I'm getting dwarves from Hotbeards. These are my two previous forts. I'm getting dwarves, maybe, from Union Theater, if they're not all dead. Definitely not getting any dwarves from Theater Vaults, because they're all dead. There are a couple zombies. But I am getting dwarves from previous forts. So the reason that I'm getting influxes of dwarves with high hammer skills is because I've had hammer dwarves in all my other forts, all right? If you're just starting a new fort in every single world, with different factions or in a new world each time you start a new fort, you're only going to get what your mountain home has. And if your mountain home is a surface fort on a 12Z level aquifer that's flooded half the time, that has nothing but bees and wax industry on the surface, all you're going to get is legendary wax workers, right? If maybe your fort's a little bit more violent, maybe your mountain home's a little bit more violent and your faction's a little bit more violent, then you'll get some combat dwarves, but mostly vampires and like lesser useful or like necromancers and such, right? And so it really depends on the personality of the faction that you're playing is what dictates what you get. So if you're getting like a large influx of strand extractors, you might want to send a message to your king and ask why they keep digging too deep. Like, and that's just kind of how the game works, right? I saw a comment on a Future of the Fortress post, which I read in one of my videos a little while ago, where someone was complaining that they didn't like when they started a new fort or when they retired a fort that all of their dwarves would go elsewhere. The game is very clockwork, right? When you go build something new, the game knows about that and it sends things over so that you have continuity and a constant story that's evolving, right? And you don't really get that otherwise. And I think that is one of the coolest mechanics that Dwarf Fortress has, that all of your dwarves will just show up somewhere else, right? Unlike when someone steals your bored apes, then your bored apes are just gone. But that mechanic is super neat. And you can really, like, you could actually just go off and make a very specific fortress that focuses on a specific type of craft so that when you start your next fortress, they all show up with that skill already. Like, you can do that. Like, if you want to make a fortress of nothing but the best masons that you've ever made and have a whole bunch of legendary masons, the second you start your next fort in that world with the same faction, you're going to get, like, your first 2 migrant waves are going to be full of legendary masons because your last fort was full of legendary masons, and those same dwarves are going to show up. They'll show up for their own reasons too, which is what you liked about that mechanic. Yeah, absolutely. And every now and again, even if you're playing in a different fort, they'll show up. One of my favorite examples of a dwarf showing up from a previous fortress was I was just chilling and playing, and I traded, or rather, the first traders, the dwarven traders, showed up, and they got attacked by zombies on my map, and they killed the outpost liaison, right? So the outpost liaison. And the previous fort I had in that world was the mountain home. We had the king, we had the queen, we had barons, we had the whole royal pantheon, we had massive fortress, extreme amounts of wealth, and fucking adamantine tables, right? Like, that was a very wealthy fort. And you know who showed up right after as our outpost liaison the next year? Stoned Hobo, my moderator. That dwarf that was named after him in that previous fort showed up. And every year that dwarf would show up for like the next 15 years of that fort. Like, this dwarf that was named after my moderator showed up and traded with us every year for a very long time. And it was really cool. So, like, yeah, they can show up for a myriad of reasons, and it's always really fun. All right, so we are up to 53 dwarves now after that rambles. Let's just go up here and place... I'm just gonna pasture them here regardless. My God. I got this and this. I got so many troglodytes in these cages. It's ridiculous. Okay. Let's... Suddenly worried. Fire alarm's going off? I don't think I'm today. Tomorrow is, or today and tomorrow is annual fire alarm testing day in my building. Just need to check something real quick. Okay, so it's the upper floors today. So tomorrow is my day for the fire alarms to get tested. But if the fire alarm goes off at any point today, it'll be loud, and I apologize in advance. Just throwing that out there. It's only going to happen until 2 p.m., so that's only like the next 4 hours. Also, if the fire alarm goes off, no, my apartment's not on fire. So, with that being said, just, you've been warned, chat. You've been warned. I apologize in advance if the fire alarm goes off. All right, so we're down here mining out all of this flockstone to make into steel. We're still making steel, which is good. And this is all working super actively. Also gonna put some more wood stockpiles down here. Yeah, this is fine. Exactly. See, this is fine. Like, it actually is fine, even if it does happen. All right, so our little chute here has been dug out. Let's remove all of this square. Oops, that's not it. I want Perfect. And then we will put diorite blocks in. So the reason I'm making this lava chute so high up is lava has a tendency to spray back up, and the last thing you want is lava spraying in your face when you're trying to, you know, get rid of your trash. Because if it sprays in your face and it gets on your face, you burn. It does, but it doesn't get the first one. So, because the pattern that my fire alarm does is beep, 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 and it's really loud. You'll hear the first one. You won't hear the rest of them. So you will hear the first beep, and then nothing after that, basically. So I'm going to go up here, because I've got way too many goddamn troglodytes, and I'm going to just try and release them. Let's see if I can release those troglodytes. I'm not sure if I can, so I'm going to try this. Because I would like to just release them. I don't want to throw them into lava. I will throw them into lava if I don't have an option, but... But how you doing today, Orange? How's that hangover? Did you make it? Did you survive? Did you get by? Did you drink enough water last night? Do you wish you were dead right now? Does your wallet have PTSD? You should keep the volume really low. It won't be that bad. It won't be much louder than me, but it will be sudden. Like this happens during non-semi-pandemic times. This happens maybe once every 6 months. So it's not too abnormal. It's only bad when I'm not expecting it, and then suddenly my fire alarm goes off. Are trogs sentient in game? Yes. Troglodytes are like proto-humans, right? Well, actually, they are proto-humans. That is what they are. They are proto-humans. So they are, I don't know why my brain just says they're like Trogdor. They're nothing like Trogdor, but they are less evolved humans. So, man, I was going to say something really mean. They're like politicians. Naturally. Oh, that's cool. The werebull. Doran Katanistimber has come, a very large bull twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its sepia hair is short and even. Now you will know why you fear the night. So I'm going to play this very safely and sacrifice my ducks. Yeah, they're caves peoples. Like they're definitely creatures that are sentient, but they're just not always the smartest, you know? They're also pink, fun fact. So, werebull. I don't have any of those, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to you, who has no job. I'm just going to add a burrow. Add a burrow. I'm going to turn off both my squads, and I'm going to turn on the burrow. Now I put that burrow specifically over top of that lever, and suddenly everything is going to cancel. Where is that werebull? Okay, so the werebull runs in and attacks this duck, kills the duck, attacks the sheep, actually takes some damage from the sheep, kills the rabbit, kills the other duck, goes after the cow, run, Dwarf, fights with the cow, kills the cow, and then becomes a dwarf again. And I can turn off the burrow because it didn't even... Yeah, it didn't attack any dwarves, so we're good. Why are we saying, holy hell, 2018 was 4 years ago? Because yes, 2018 was in fact 4 years ago. Anyway, our friend here has escaped, but we can get back to Dwarfing. What happened in 2018? The wearable like a minotaur? No, it's a were creature. You know, I know that some people refuse to believe this, Soggy Toes, but we're not in 2020 anymore. Just like this isn't Kansas anymore. It's pretty important to remember that, you know? And Mike Wazowski still hasn't filled out his paperwork. Quarantine time feels weird. I do agree with that. Yeah, it does. Although I'll say this, just because of my personal experience. Everybody's just like, oh my god, time feels so differently when you work from home all the time and all this sort of stuff, right? And then I'm sitting here going, I've been streaming on Twitch for so long and working from home for so long. I don't even know what time is anymore. Like, I don't know what day it is half the time. I constantly just, like, have these conversations with my mom where I'm just like, I don't know what day it is. Elamino, what up, dude? It's good to see you. Your dwarf's still alive. You're just in another fort, so you may show up. As they say, you're in another castle. And let's just make 10 rock coffins. We're going to make them out of, let's make them out of gabbro, actually. We'll start building coffins in the old areas that we've dug out. Princess? I mean, you're in another fort, not another castle, but... And no, Mario isn't coming to get you, unfortunately. You know, this doesn't really have much to do with anything, but the more I think about the Mario movie, the more I expect it to be terrible. I think the correct thing to say is, Mamma Mia! Let's get rid of that. These. And those. How are we doing on steel? Steel 24. All right. Steel. Shield. Let's do 15 steel shields. Here, I thought you inherited a fortune in mushrooms. I mean, you could have a fortune in mushrooms. Just go outside to a forest and lift up a log. Only thing you saw about it was Donkey's reaction to the cast, and your brain compartmentalized it as all as a huge meme. I mean, to be fair, out of context, if you'd only seen Donkey's video, it's perfectly reasonable to believe that Donkey's video is in fact a meme. And none of that information was true. But I am pleased to inform you that all of that information in that video was accurate information about that movie. You know, you're a princess, you don't work for your fortune. Touche, dude. Touche. I mean, you could also become Scottish royalty by buying a foot of Scotland. So... Also, I hate the fact that Sealand exists. It's the fucking dumbest thing in the world. But, you know... Don't give them money, but also, I mean, if you really want to be royalty. So people on YouTube really, really like the Frogman from yesterday. Like, they really like the Frogman. Is Sealand shady? I mean, it's about as shady as any privately owned country. I mean, it's literally like a platform in the ocean that calls itself a country that makes money off of existing. If that's not shady, I don't know what is. I'll be completely honest with you. I haven't done much research into them to tell you for fact as to whether or not it's shady, but everything about them seems shady from my perspective. That much is for sure. Nope, it's a real thing. For too much money, you can become royalty of nothing. I'll be banned from traveling to Sealand. It's fine. Ban me. I'll take the clout. I'll even throw up a stink on the internet. It's like Elon Musk. I would say that Elon is shadier than Sealand, but that's just my opinion. I need to check how many gold bars I have. It's been bitten by a fire snake. Oh my word. Imagine getting bitten by a fire snake. There's way too many jobs happening right now. Oh, makes money by existing? I mean, that's not fully how he makes money. He makes money by hostile takeover and through hostile takeovers. That's how he makes money. I don't think that a term like yeesh needs a past tense, so. Why does everything need a past tense? This is my question. Seems kind of tacky. Me? Need to be more forward thinking? I'm confused. I don't think it's I mean, yeesh is like just a thing that you say out loud. It's not a word that should be in the dictionary. Like an exclamation of surprise. It's like the ring sound that happens in Metal Gear Solid, but minus the part where it's a video game. So, I don't know. I don't think everything needs a past tense version. So, I will simply say what I usually say when the internet says a dumb that hurts my brain, and I will just simply ignore it and move on. Yeah, it's an exclamation. I'm mining out all of this gold. Don't mind me, like, you know, being a gold digger. Something, 50 cent. This fort's going to be very wealthy in a little bit. I may have to send the, the army down there, though. I would, you know, honestly, Axon, if we were having this conversation in real life, you want to know what I would do? Like, if we were sitting at a restaurant right now, yeah, and we were eating dinner, and you asked me that question, and I responded with the same thing, and then you just said that, you know what I would do? You want to know? And both bills, and no more friend. Shut up about your past tense bullshit. I don't need to hear about it. You're just hurting my brain and making non-conversation. Yes, also you get to pay the whole bill. So yeah, no, fuck off. Shut up. I don't care. I don't need to hear about it. Stop it. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you with your past tense trash? Moving on. What was I building? If your existence is intending to irritate me, shut up. That's all I have to say. Sometimes I just want to punch. Chat, I have a very serious question for you. Do you ever just want to punch the internet in the face? Not like anybody in particular. Just the internet as a whole. Like, do you ever just want to, like, turn around and be like, internet, shut up! Ah! That's how I feel right now. And it's not even, like, directed at Axon. It's just, this is the sort of non-conversations that the internet has with itself that just makes me feel like I'm actively losing brain cells. And it doesn't do anything except for mildly irritate me and make me angry. Also, the Cyclops... Istat Dalzistum has come, a giant humanoid monster with a single eye in its forehead. Yeah, sometimes I just want to punch the combined stupidity of our species. Also, there's ostrich cocks everywhere. I was like, those are funky looking trees. Nope, those are ostriches. We're gonna go punch this one-eyed purple people eater, although I don't think he's purple. Itest Matre. His hair is extremely long, and he is weak and skinny. Well, that's not good for him. He has a prominent chin, and his lips are thick. His midnight blue eye is sunken. He has a high voice, and his ears are short. His eyebrow is slightly low, and his nose is somewhat short. His head is somewhat tall, his hair is chestnut, and his skin is dark brown. Also, chat, we need to have a bullshit argument or pointless discussion jar. If you start a bullshit discussion or make a pointless argument like the is a hot dog a sandwich kind of thing, or is gravy a soup, or if you start talking about whether the word if yeesh is the past tense of yeesh, you owe me $5 for killing my brain cells. Anyway, why are you fighting with the ostrich? A poor ostrich. He literally just ran up and punched an ostrich to death. Anyway, here comes my military. Looks like it's Adil, the Hammer Lord, and the Cyclops, who's just bashing the crap out of the Cyclops. Yeah, but I can time you out, Orange. Ha! I have the power to silence your lacking mic. I have improved my dodging. That was satisfying, he says. After the Hammer Lord bashes the Cyclops in the left foot with his silver warhammer, jamming the bone through the left ankle's muscle and chipping the ankle's bone. The force bends the left ankle, and as Itest says, I have improved my dodging. That's the Cyclops. That's how the Cyclops improves their dodging. The Hammer Lord bashes the Cyclops. It's okay. Orange likes it rough, so... Yeah, I was also going to say that. Technically, well, I mean, you probably have a microphone in your phone, so you could hold your phone out the window of your truck and drop that. Also, did you know that microwaving your phone charges the battery while we're at it? It's just not connected. We'll pick it up and drop it real quick because someone needs to mic drop for Orange. The hammer bashes the Cyclops. The hammer bashes the Cyclops in the lower body with a silver warhammer, bruising the muscle and bruising the guts. I love your guts getting bruised. Anyway, the Hammer Lord Adil bashes the Cyclops in the head with her silver warhammer, bruising the skull and jamming the skull through the brain, tearing the brain. Our time in the planets of prophecy is so brief, this does not scare me. And you know what? For the honor, Adil, you can be... Gotta make dinner? Alrighty, well, you have a good dinner. And maybe we'll see you when we see you. If we don't, I'll see you in YouTube comments or something. Zoomzang! Thanks for the tier 1 subscription. on the channel. Cheers. I was just gonna give this to Orange for dropping the mic. So Orange, you made me get up and leave for 10 seconds. You killed that thing. You also killed some eagles and some peregrines and some wombats and a giant olm. And he is afraid after experiencing trauma, but didn't feel anything after seeing the Cyclops die. Feels satisfied upon improving hammer, and feels satisfied upon improving fighting, and feels satisfied upon improving observation, and vengeful after joining an existing conflict. You started, well, I guess you joined the conflict between the Cyclops and the ostrich, so I guess this checks out. And chat, thanks a lot for the round of beers. Cheers, guys. He's married to Logum Bridge Strokes, and is a faithful worshiper of Deller Diamond Crest the Mountainous. Faithful? Well, that's good. Is 94 years old, born on the 21st of Timber in the year 93. His very long sideburns are neatly combed, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his hair is braided. He has a prominent chin, and his ears are extremely tall, and his lips are thick, and his hair is black with some gray. And his skin is dark peach, and his eyes are heliotrope. You are married, but you left your wife in another fort. So you're about as loyal as Mario, clearly. Just constantly abandoning your lover and just fucking off to other places, you know, as plumbers tend to do, and also truckers, which is fitting. I'm gonna stop taking pot shots at Orange now. Just opening up my teammate's stream, so I'm actually just like stalling for time because it's like, oh, Bellinair's on. I should open up his stream and just lurk in his channel. Done. Team's channel's opened. Perfect. His very long sideburns are neatly combed. Wonderful. And his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is braided, and his very long hair is braided. He has a prominent chin, and his eyes are extremely tall. His ears are extremely tall, not his eyes. Sorry. His ears are extremely tall, and his lips are thick. His hair is black with some gray, and his skin is dark peach. He likes alabaster, sterling silver, harlequin, opal, giant, oxetol tooth, hemp fabric, and coyote parchment, four-sided prisms, and warhammers, and ducks for their quacks and the words of the musical poem. You like warhammers? And you're a hammer dwarf? Well, that checks out. I guess you like the art that you practice. Personally, feels strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. After seeing a goblin's dead body in 177, and finds those that develop skills with weapons and fighting distasteful. Brah, and views loyalty unfavorably. Double brah. Is incredibly calm demeanor after a strengthening after experiencing trauma in 179. Forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, and is sloppy with his living space. He has a strong sense of duty, though he still views loyalty in a dim light, and at least in the abstract, and likes to present himself boldly. He would often offend the average sense of modesty, well, naturally, because his name's Orange. He's often sad and dejected, and likes to brawl, though he dislikes adoration of fighting as an art to be refined, and does not go out of his way to help others, and is slow to trust others, and does not tend to do things correctly each time, and is somewhat quarrelsome, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything any more. Yes, a fellow four-sided prism enjoyer. Yes. And let's get back to doing things in the fort. And seriously, thanks for the subscriptions. Gotten some new faces in the channel as of late. Most likely due to the traffic that the YouTube channel's been getting, but it's been nice. So thank you. You think DF is taking pot shots at you too? Dude, DF, like, assaults your ego if you name dwarves after yourself too often. It's just like... you're slow to trust others and doesn't generally thank people for gifts. It's like, oh no, this is too true. This is too real. Oh no, I need to leave. It's always kind of, it makes me do soul searching when I read dwarves about me. I'll put it that way. Which is part of the reason I never name dwarves after myself, because it's always like, oh god, I don't want to think about that more than I have to. All right, let's go down to here. Yeah, perfect. So you can get filled in. Not with granite. That's the wrong color. Yeah, it's like a horoscope. I mean, the whole point of a horoscope is it's so generic that it just kind of fits anybody, and Dwarf Fortress is not too dissimilar from that. God, there's way too many jobs getting done everywhere. You know what? Let's just go through and suspend a bunch of things. I'll unsuspend those, though. Just going through and suspending all of these jobs, and I will unsuspend them all after. There's just a bunch of things that need to just go get done right now. And most of that is putting shit away. So we're just going to spend a bit of time putting stuff away. Because sometimes that's just an important thing to do, is put stuff away. God damn it. But I hope that you like your dwarf, Orange. I mean, your dwarf is kind of a hero. I mean, you killed a Cyclops with a hammer by yourself. So that's a pretty impressive feat, I would say, for any dwarf. Also, if you want to help me out for free, chat, you can give the channel a host by going over to your channel and type in /host BLINDIRL. It's a completely free way of helping the channel out, because it helps Twitch realize that, hey, I exist and people are hosting me, which means people must like me. So, you want to help remind Twitch that I exist, which they seem to forget about frequently, you can do that by hosting the channel. Also, thanks, Elamino, for the host. Also, looks like somebody drew our fortress image. An exceptional image of the rendition of this splattered Angel of Blades, a superior designed image of the Angel of Naglak and a jagged blades. The Angel of Naglak is being flayed by the jagged blades. The image is the symbol of the Crimson Joys, a local dwarven government, which is us. So shoutouts to us for that awesome image. All right. There you go. That's what we need. Anybody started to go mine stuff? Not just yet, but the dumping is happening, which is what we need. I can actually make a garbage dump, and we can get all those bodies dumped. Stray duck has been found dead. Well, rip stray duck. It's nice to play in a fort with, like, a normal-ass frame rate. After, like, yesterday. Sishu-sama! Thank you very much for the 9th month. Cheers. Link. Hey, Darren. Welcome back. It's a baby. You get to name it. Not mine. That's your problem. But thank you for keeping that stuff alive. Seriously. Hacking down more trees. Nice choice of music. It's not technically music, it's a noise generator. And I swap out the noise generator sometimes. And I tweak it throughout the stream too to keep it fresh. Is this new fort running now? We started it yesterday. So I played it for like 5 hours maybe yesterday. So yeah, this fort's brand new. Quite literally all that we've done is we set up, like, furnaces in the basement, and that's about it. Most of what I've been doing is just 10 gold wheelbarrows. Most of what I've been doing has been just various like small tasks to get this fort up and running. But building forts in DF is pretty quick. We made a tavern, 1 guild hall, a kitchen. That's basically it. And I can slowly, as things get done, start removing the stuff that we've built. Here comes all of that look at all of that gold. We are going to be rich. I mean, come on. I think gold is the most common material I've found in this fort so far. Probably gold. Like everywhere. And I'm not too worried about Forgotten Beasts, so. Alright, so we've got the forging of those. Let's get back to working on those steel shields. Let's get those 2 jobs. Unforbidden. And I'm also going to make steel anvil. I'm going to make 2 of them. We're going to set up 2 more metalsmiths forges. I'm also going to finish up this down here. And this will be our garbage dump. Just going to fill this in on this side, and we're going to set it up on the top. And then we can start just dumping everything. Just getting rid of it. It'll be good. So now I can go up to here. And I can make a garbage zone. I'm also going to make this a pen pasture. That's going to be a garbage dump primarily. I'm going to pasture all of those troglodytes down here. And you might be like, why are you going to do that? Well, I'm throwing them into the lava. Maybe I'm a bad person, but they got caught in my traps, so... You know. Oh, man. They all climbed out. God dang it. I mean, I tried. We're trying a second time. Come on. Well, butts. Okay. Now there's just dead troglodytes everywhere. Well, I mean... Someone had to. Raw adamantine, praise the miners. Really? Where? Oh, shit. We have surface adamantine. That's actually really cool. Have to be careful about that, but... I just needed those troglodytes out of my cages more than anything. I was kind of curious to see if that would work. So now I can go over to stocks, and we can go to bodies. Just dump them. Can you discover fossils in DF? Not really, but there is actually like code there that you can. So stuff can get hidden and embedded, and an item that's embedded in another thing is like, so if you have lava and water, right? And there's an item on the ground, right? And you pour lava onto the water, onto the item. Just default fishing living stream. So the normal mineral occurrence. But this world has very high rainfall, so there's only about 70 Z levels per map instead of like 200. So when you when you what's the word I'm looking for here? When you seal something into a piece of obsidian, it's not destroyed and it's not gone. It's still present. It's simply hidden, right? Or embedded. It's embedded in the rock. And then if you mine out that rock, the item appears again. So because of that, you can actually have items that get embedded in rock and become usable or findable again. So you kind of can, but the chances of an item becoming embedded in rock in World Gen is excessively slim. But the code is there, and there was a old Q&A that Tarn did ages ago where someone asked him about fossils, and he basically said, like, I've got the code there and would like to do something like that at some point, but it's just not really feasible at this point, because at the time, like, they'd only just made the game 3D, so the code is there. It could be put into the game, but the problem is there's no way of locating them outside of just, like, finding some obsidian and start digging. I think the closest thing to fossils I've ever found in Dwarf Fort was there was one time I reclaimed a fortress, and the fortress had been destroyed in World Gen by dwarves who dug too deeply and too greedily, and that's a lot of blood. By dwarves who dug too deeply and too greedily, and released the forces of hell against them. Right? You know, pretty common story. But I reclaimed a fort that had that. And in the base of the fort, like the very, very bottom of the fort, there was the breach. So if you went all the way down to the bottom of the fort, the absolute bottom of the fort, the lowest level that they had, you could actually find the breach where they dug too deeply and too greedily, the adamantine spire that had been channeled through. But there was artwork all around the edge of it of demons, which I think is really fucking cool. So that's like the closest thing to archaeology I've seen in DF, but... I mean, there's a mod for that. If you want dinosaurs and thus naturally the extension of that zombie dinosaurs, there's already a mod for that. So we have an absolutely ludicrous amount of gold in the fort right now. I can unsuspend all of these jobs now. So, you know, there's some weird, cool mechanics on the fringes of DF that never really got developed or saw the light of day, but are in the game that could get expanded upon at some point, and knowing Tarn, probably will get expanded upon at some point, but will that happen soon? I don't know. And I would like to remind everybody that the running around screaming circle of Crundles is still here, and they are still being scared by the cave crocodile. When this cave crocodile dies of old age and stops it, like, forcing those Crundles into eternal fear and misery, I will be very sad. Because that cave crocodile is very amusing to me. He has expressed vile disinterest in dwarves defecating and urinating because he says that the result of that would just be potty humor. And says that they already do defecate and urinate, but it's not the way humans do. It's just kind of like dust, and it's considered waste or grime or filth, which are all different things that can build up on the ground if the ground is never getting cleaned. So they kind of already do, but they kind of don't. But he has come around on the term that he is pro-cow manure. So there is a very good chance that we will get cow manure in a patch in the future. Which, in short, would mean you can throw poop at the baddies. By the way, Tredge, thank you very much for the 54th Prime sub. Welcome back. It's good to have you around. Thanks for continuing to support the channel and come by every so often and push that button. So, big thank you, dude. Seriously, you're helping keep this weird show funded. You like pushing buttons? I too like pressing buttons. Pressing buttons is good. I like it when people press buttons too. Thank you for pressing buttons. But no, I mean, the reason Tarn wants to add cow manure, all jokes aside and all silliness aside, the reason Tarn wants to add cow manure is because it would allow us, we're going to build some kitchens, is because it would allow us to make tanning of leathers more accurate. And there's a reason why leather workers are considered a stinky job. There's especially medieval. Leather workers were considered a very smelly job. It's because they would use brain and urine and fecal matter in various ways to tan the high acid content to tan leathers. So that's why. It's more to make other forms of crafting more interesting. Versus that. It is already possible to get, you know, creatures made out of vomit. So. I mean, neither did I until Tarn mentioned it when I asked him, because the winter dwarves going to poop is a question that comes up a lot in the interviews I do with him. And it's one of those things where it's just like, well, it's one of those Tarn's coming around on the idea more and more every day. And I'm sure we'll get there eventually. Yeah, although Tarn has been very hesitant on explosives. Same with gunpowder. The reason he's been hesitant on gunpowder is because he doesn't like guns. And as a person who also doesn't like guns, I support this. No, he doesn't want us weaponizing poop. Like, that is the whole impetus of not giving us toilets. Mostly because he thinks that it would be a monotonous mechanic, which every game that I've played that has toilets like this, yes, it is. He's very accurate with that. Oh, no. We've got a giant cave spider. Although it is pretty wounded. Dwarf, why are you walking right past the giant cave spider? I think we should place some cage traps right here. Not that I expect those cage traps to be done before the giant cave spider walks into the fort, but, you know. Yeah, exactly. No, like, we'll get explosions and stuff in the game, but that's stuff that, Tarn has said will come along with the magic update. All right, so it looks like my dwarves all broke. Oh, nope. There goes somebody. Well. Rip. That's 3 dead. Really didn't want to do that, but here we are. I'm hoping it goes up and gets stuck in traps. It's walked past a few dwarves. Nope, now it's going down. Where are you going down? Fuck. Well, that dwarf got on it, but it's 2 more dead. Okay. Just gonna send in my whole military and just hope that they can get to it. That's another mace dwarf. Razlime's dead, the farmer. Cool, we got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And giant cave spiders, my dudes. Holy hell. Strongest creature in the game, I tell that. Strongest creature in the game. Time to place 10 coffins. Can I get some Fs for Razlime? Mincot, Limuel, Salon, Fath, and Nomal. You haven't seen them puke out of cave adaptation? Outside of cave adaptation? You should stare at your taverns more closely. They usually just clean it up really quickly. Any dwarf that overdrinks vomits almost immediately. Also, they vomit quite a bit during combat. Not because of cave adaptation, but getting punched in the gut, they'll vomit. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen vomit sprites. To be honest. Like, as part of the Steam version. I'm kind of surprised that that hasn't happened yet. How a notoriously bad Call of Duty meme is just like a part of internet culture now. I don't know if it's necessarily internet culture. I think it might just be Twitch culture. Do people say press F to pay respects outside of, like, YouTube and Twitch? Like, do people say that unironically in reality? Although, like, the Call of Duty meme is almost more press X to pay respects, but... Oh boy. It's pretty old. Yeah, as far as memes go, it is pretty old. It's a weird direction to go, Dwarf. It's more something streamers say. Yeah. Let's make 30 more rock coffins. Sad. The wet season has arrived. We are now in Britain mode. Speaking of Kickstarters, a Kickstarted game actually just released. Or is releasing in a few days, because Belliner's streaming it. Oh, no, it did just release. This was another Kickstarted game. Prehistoric Kingdom. Wonder if this game's actually any good. It's like, it's another Dino City builder, or zoo builder. It's like, in the time that that game's been in development, Frontiers made 2 of them. Speaking of dinosaurs. They literally made 2 dino theme park builders in, in the time that that game's been in development. Yeah, but nobody goes by original release dates. So spring has arrived. That's where you see it most these days. Probably YouTube streams too. I guess video game live streams, basically.
Permanent and new Forder side fort.
So this world is the Eternal Prophecies, I think is the name of this world. But it is the Crimson Pulley. So it's a faction that I've been playing for, I don't know, 2 months, I think. Animal, how was the irrelevant royal person's birthday? Did people set off fireworks and was it good? Anyway, so I've been playing this faction for a while, so I did Mothfall, Hotbeards, Theater Vault, which got murdered, and then Union Theater, as well as Umber Bulwark, all in this world. And I'm just playing this faction, more or less. So it's obviously, it's not going to stick around anywhere near as long as Long Death, but we're trying to, this particular fort, we're trying to kill this Necromancer Tower. That's the goal, is to kill that Necromancer Tower, and also go after more angels on the surface. And I need to repopulate parts of my military, because I just lost some of them. Dwarves that want to practice martial art. They'll do fine. You like putting you in the military? Maybe extravagant. You want to practice a craft. Mastering a skill. I'll also be fine. You always miss the Long Death stream? Tuesdays is kind of becoming Long Death Day. Although that's not guaranteed or 100%, but... Although, if anybody's coming to the YouTube or coming to the Twitch channel from YouTube today, I just want to say thank you. Also, speaking of YouTube, someone just commented on the most recent DF video saying, I'm waiting for the glory of the man. Because, you know, it was the animal people post, so it's just like, oh, it's the frog man, and the this man, and the that man. It's like, I'm waiting for the man. I think his name's Dwayne The Rock Johnson, actually. If we were to elect a man, I think that would probably be Dwayne. Either Dwayne or, like, some equivalent. How are we doing on steel? I need to check. I should probably turn on job cancellation so I can actually see what we're canceling, but... God, fuck tons of gold. All right, we should just start making gold tables. That's what we should do. Did I ever make those anvils, actually? Yay, 3 anvils. Sweet. All right, so we got 17 steel, some pig iron. Tons of pig iron, actually. I need charcoal. They stopped at the charcoal. They stopped at the charcoal! Let's just make 300 charcoal. Down here, let's check. That'll work. That'll work. And that'll also work. Although, I kind of want that to be one further down. So I'm going to pump up the priority so these get done quick. This will speed up my smelting, and we're going to make gold table, 20. Gold throne, 20. Gold chest, 50. Gold cab, 50. Gold statue, 10. Gotta be fancy. And that gold statue is going to be an existing image, and it's going to be my group symbol, an image of a superiorly designed Angel of Nagalak and a jagged blades. The Angel of Nagalak is being flayed by the jagged blades. The image is the symbol of the Crimson Joys, a local dwarven government. Us, naturally. So we're gonna make some statues of our symbol. Just to remind everybody that we're here to flay some angels. We're gonna make a magma forge. Make 2 more steel anvils. One. Have we started killing angels yet? Not in this fort. Oh, hey, a gremlin. It's another gremlin. Run away, Grammy. Get out of here. No, I'm not going to start killing angels until my army is fully kitted, and we're not fully kitted. I've basically speedrun the early game, but I'm not going to start doing that until we're fully populated and bedroomed up and all that jazz. Mostly because, like, they do have a tendency of churning through your military pretty quickly once you start sending them out, so I want to be able to repopulate my military. And I want to go after the Necromancer Tower first. Run, Grimmy! Leave this place! You are not worthy of the mayor position! Yeah, neither is the, nope, no gnomes right now. Bad. Hope they come back. I need to, like, put more booze up on the surface. I do love the fact that gnomes will show up and drink all of the booze off of traders' wagons, and then you have to pay for it. I gotta say that is very amusing to me. Speaking of, an elven caravan has arrived. Look at that. Elves, elves, elves. I don't... Okay. Let's make... silver disc. 5. Let's make 5 serrated silver discs. Someone did say traders. Trader! Got drinks. Meal. Let's make fine meals. Not infinite fine meals. Fine meal. Let's make 100. There we go. Making some meals. I don't think I've actually done this yet. Don't cook plump helmets, thanks. Not that I'm going to have a hard time getting more or anything. Hold up. You're reciting poetry, Axon? The Butchers! Butchers is an example of the orbs of meditating. The work has no particular subject. The writing contains some asides related to the author's preferences. Overall, the poetry is passable. Well, that's good. Axon is telling some passable poetry. Fantastic. Yeah, I don't even have most of my materials in the fort yet. From all that we've collected, so I gotta get the basics done before... And I also have to have my defenses done before we start attacking things. Things are going to start attacking us pretty soon, so I also have to be careful about that. And as always, if I'm playing too quick or not explaining things well enough, just yell at me and ask questions, and I can do my best to help. But anyway, I asked you that question at the beginning, and then I didn't actually read your response, Animal, so I feel kind of bad. You gamed all day yesterday. What King's Day? Yeah, okay. That about checks out, I'd say. I do gotta say, this fort is going to be blingy as all fuck by the time we're done with it. I'm also kind of thinking about making some adamantine spears, because we do have access to lots of adamantine. And we're also making, weaving thread into silk. And also, like, once again, just big thank you to anybody who's tuning into the channel. Very difficult for streams like mine to get traffic on a website like this, so it means a lot when people come over from the YouTube channel or just go searching for DF and stumble in here and come say hi, because this streaming possibly one of the least streamed games on this website that has an audience is difficult, so thank you for taking the time to watch little old me. Apparently, one of the records I ordered a while ago is shipping from the Austrian post, and I just received a email. This is a record I pre-ordered like in summer last year because a viewer paid for it. It's for the Streets of Rogue soundtrack. And I just received an email from the Austrian Post, which is very strange because I've never had an email from them before. Oh boy, another one. The Forgotten Beast. Death. That's... Chat, is that pronounced death? That looks like death. D-E-T-H-E. Weird way to write death, but... I will say this, Ambloco. If you want to try streaming Dwarf Fortress, just start streaming Dwarf Fortress. And post your stream on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit when you're streaming Dwarf Fortress. Now's the time to start streaming Dwarf Fortress, not when the Steam release releases. When the Steam release releases, it's going to be a monster-flooded nightmare full of every single human being on Earth streaming Dwarf Fortress. Or am I just a music collector type? Chat. Don't tell them about the record player I have plugged into the stream right now that I definitely do not stream on my lunch breaks. Anyway, the Forgotten Beast, death, has come. An enormous serpent with external ribs. It has an enormous shell and it squirms and fidgets. Its gray scales are large and close set. Beware its poisonous bite. That's not so bad. Death is Elven for gill? I'll bet you its external ribs are its gills. Where the fuck am I? And where the fuck is it? Okay, so it absolutely has access to the fort. So I'm just going to tell my squad to go kill the thing. Go kill the thing. Depending on who gets to it first. I can already see my military running down here. Oh, maybe they can't actually. Yeah, it's not reachable. All right, so hold up. Let's cancel that. Depends on how well it can climb walls. But, okay, it's going to pop out at the lower level, isn't it? Because I want to say that there's a downward passage from here. Going down to here. I'm just going to station my military up here. Well, I mean, that's my advice to you. You can take it or leave it, I suppose. I'm not a streaming advice stream. Stream if you want to stream. Don't stream if you don't want to stream. But at the end of the day, I gave you some advice. That's all I'll say. Death appears, it's only in a few words in DF, and one of them isn't Elven. Maybe it's not going to come down here. All right, we'll just keep an eye on that thing and see if it pops up again. It's not too quick. It's not too difficult for my military to jump around pretty quick. and get from one end of the fort to the other pretty fast if needed, so. I'll sell them some horse intestines and cow spleen stew. Why not? Fine. The one thing I will say about streaming, though, is if you don't treat it like a job, it is the best hobby you'll ever have. The problem is everybody treats it like a job. So if you do decide to stream, don't treat it like a job. Just stream and enjoy it. That's my advice. You know what? Fuck it. I'll sell them these goblets minus the artifact. Make 30 more gold goblets. And just pump it up to the top of the priorities list. Because if you treat it like a job, you'll focus on the numbers and the money, and it'll suck. So many people just quit because of that. It's kind of sad. Right. You know, that might be all I really need. Looking at the animals. Did they bring any animals? Nope, they didn't bring any animals. All right, well, shit. Peaches and apples and pears, then. I kind of want to make peace with them because the Civ is probably really pissed with me after the last fort that I did, just because I was hacking down shit tons of trees on that one. I'm trying to keep peace with the elves because I don't really want to fight with them. I mean, I could just steamroll them, but I think it would be kind of a waste. Also, fishing. I've got a question. Do you actually live stream fishing, or is that just your name? Move closest to German standard, or he just goes on when he feels good. Well, I mean, as a hobbyist, yes. You shouldn't have a schedule if you're just being a hobbyist. Is this from a funny image? Okay. I know somebody who streams a fish tank sometimes. Probably unrelated, but. All right. Only fins, fuck yeah, exactly. Best kind of fins. Yeah, unfortunately running 24/7 streams in your house is kind of difficult sometimes. Let's put a more example of bling and 2 statues. This is way too fancy a tavern. Like, we don't even have bedrooms yet. Look at this. We don't even have bedrooms yet. We're just like building all this shit. I don't need to watch a live stream of a rabbit. If I want to see rabbits, I just walk outside and take 10 steps down the street and I'll see 4 or 5 of them. That's why we have so many coyotes around here. It's because everybody keeps releasing their pet rabbits into the wild and there's so many feral pet rabbits. It's kind of sad. Let's make just a finished goods stockpile because I haven't done that yet and I probably should have done that a while ago. Do I have a mare? Actually? Oh shit, I do. Okay. Well, I need to make boxes and bags. Make a clothing shop, and we'll make some bags. Only in your imagination. Angelrazor does have priorities, yes. Golden Tables is very much a priority of Angelrazor. And I don't know why I feel the need to say Angelrazor like that, but it's like, it's one of those things where it's impossible for me to just say Angelrazor. I have to say Angelrazor or something along those lines, you know? Yes, that is accurate. Hey, look, another legendary hammer dwarf. Magical. Go join the military. Hey, look, it's Infinity Simplex. Were you in the military previously? I can't remember. You killed a bunch of zombies, but that doesn't mean you were in the military. Oh, yeah, you were. Infinity Simplex. Join the military. Who else do we have? Ezum, you're a cheesemaker. Actually, you're an accomplished axe dwarf. Also go join the military. Catan, you're adequate marks dwarf. What else did you do that wasn't combat related? You're a skilled brewer and a legendary grower. Welcome to the fort, dude. Wait, what's that? Drop something. Fuck. It's Peregrine Falcon Nail Crown. Seems like in the time that I've been gone in Union Theater, they've been making Peregrine Falcon Nail Crowns. This is a Peregrine Falcon Nail Crown. I never made Peregrine Falcon Nail Crowns, but there was a lot of Peregrine Falcons there, so that makes sense. I like how this child is a dabbling persuader and dabbling liar. And a dabbling comedian. I don't know why that's amusing to me. For some reason, it's like they're always a dabbling stonecrafter or like other various tasks, but it's like dabbling liar. Yeah, okay. Good on you, kid. An adequate miner. You have the skills assigned? Okay, yeah, you're good. A goat and a wabbit. Bunny! I can't kill you. God damn it. I can kill you, though. A dabbling liar? Future politician, naturally. Fisher dwarf! That's a crime. What else can you do with your life? You're a legendary fish dissector. Definitely no dwarf of mine. An accomplished comedian. Well, you'll get attacked by bat people. You know, now that I think about it, it's a pity that they didn't put the Batman. Batman, not Batman. Batman. In that disc thing. In that image. Because I always attack dwarves that have the highest comedian stat. Fact. Armoring, weaponsmithing, furnace operating, and I'm going to give you stone detailing. Good luck, dwarf. Go make something cool. You are a peasant. Dream of mastering a skill. Cracks easily under pressure and rarely looks on others with lust. Uh-oh. Yeah, you'll do fine in the military. You're a miller. You do anything else? You're a talented miller and a competent dyer. A novice crutch walker and a novice swimmer. Once persuaded somebody and he suddenly is now a metalsmith. Weird. You're a traitor. All right, Ficod. You were in Hot Beards. What'd you think of that? Yes, but these are like long-time Dwarf Fortress, like, not memes, but Easter eggs, I guess. Like, if you go to the Batman page, some things you should know when dealing with Batman. They show preference for working individually, paired up with different Birdman type, or with Nightwings. They are most likely to target the dwarf whose comedian attribute is the highest level. They are exceptional detectives, and given enough preparation time, they can defeat any foe. Their default identities are a secret. If you turn this off, the chasm will flood your fortress with nobles instead. This is true. If you disable identities, you will get flooded with nobles if you're in an area with bat people. They can breathe in space. They are vengeance and they are the night. Their parents are dead, and Batman do not eat nachos. They prefer hot dogs instead. Every single one of those words came directly from the DF Wiki. They also tend to use spears and blowguns made of wood. So. And they like to work with other bird-type people. Or nightwings. Hey, Gaff, what up? Mud, could you please time out Stone for a few minutes? Seashores, I don't even want to repeat what got typed. Wait, what did Stone say? Gremlin? No, Gremlin is not worthy from air. No, Streamer is just... It's not that Gremlin isn't worthy from air. All Gremlin is worthy from air. Streamer is just too fucking lazy to build a Gremlin trap. But I really should build a Gremlin trap because that would be a fun addition to this fort. I don't know what to do with you, so I'm just going to put you in the military. You can get slaughtered. Already getting slaughtered. You're named, so I can't do anything with you. All right, that's it. I'm making a library. Pause. Pause, pause, pause. I don't really know where to put it, but I'm just going to quickly make a library because I've got enough dwarves right now that really, really, really want to be librarians that it only kind of makes sense to make a library. So I'm just going to quickly place a library right here. Library. It's the mechanical treasury. Sure. Make 3 golden bookcases. And that dwarf that literally just showed up is just, it's going to be a librarian. Because your whole description reads like a librarian. Occupation. Scholar. Personally is disgusted by the whole idea of loyalty, finds romance disgusting, and values independence and respects the law, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Strongly prefers ideas and abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. Bad. Go be a librarian, Dwarf. You'll do fine in the military. Strong sense of duty and sometimes cruel. You'll also do well in the military. How about you? You're a potter. Let's just give you masonry. I'll figure you out later. But you're a traitor. Dream of raising a family. Dislikes advice, preferring to keep her own counsel, and is easily moved to mercy. I'm going to make you into a second librarian. Also, this is a really big migrant wave. It just keeps on going, going, going. He despairs of anything positive happening in the future and lives without feelings of hope. Mood. Incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. Well, you are the most recent recruit to the fortress, so you can just start your own squad, Dwarf. Dreams of mastering a skill. Is impolite and inconsiderate of property and wasteful when working on projects due to... Stubborn, does not often feel lustful, intense... Yeah, you'll also do fine. You can join. But you're another peasant. Dreams of mastering a skill. Feel strong urges and seek short-term rewards. Only rarely finds himself. Strong says conversations. Yes, stupidity, blah, 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 blah. Is likes talents, excels sharply, gets angry, often bites her nails when she's trying to remember something. Okay. We're going to need to crank up the military construction rate because we're going to get attacked soon. But not quite now, but soon. We're also going to jump up here. Put that new squad up into training. We need to check status of bars. We have 33 steel and plenty of charcoal. 108 pig iron. Did I finish making those steel shields yet? Those. Steel shield. Let's make 20. Silver, Warhammer, 50. Make 50 Warhammers, more shields. And more gold furniture is being placed. That was quite the migrant wave, not gonna lie. So according to Metzis Graven on Discord, today is the day of mourning in Canada. As in, like, being sad. I've literally never heard of this before. So, great. What am I supposed to be mourning? It's probably some battle or something that I'm unfamiliar with. I apparently have struck more native gold. Look at all of this gold. It's ridiculous. Like, do you ever just learn about holidays or important days for your country that you'd never heard of before, and you're like, well, I guess I know about that now. Great. Okay, I don't want you to have visitors. Citizens and long-term residents only. Citizens and long-term residents only. Tavern. I'm going to change the number of goblets in here to 3 hundo. We can have more, goblets put in there so that they don't store them up there in that stockpile. And I'm going to make a food and drink stockpile right here. I'm going to go into this food and drink stockpile and remove seeds so that there's no raw seeds. And I'm also going to remove actually, no, we'll just leave it as default. And they'll fill it up with drinks and food. And we're going to start making iron helms as well. I think we'll just do plain iron helms, but steal everything else. Because they'll need to have helms stat. Helms is importances. It's OSHA Day? You know, Happy OSHA Day or like Workplace Safety Day is a hell of a lot better and like easier to wrap your brain around in a couple seconds than Happy Morning Day. Can I like start an official vote to change the name of Morning Day to Happy OSHA Day? Because Happy OSHA Day seems much more normal people friendly, you know? You know what I mean? But as somebody who, the worst workplace-related injury he received recently was a sore back from sitting in a crappy chair, and that was solved by getting a less crappy chair. All right. Apparently it started in 91. Oh, so it's older than me. Well, that's interesting. Happy that. Why do you keep suspending the construction of a magma forge, dwarves? Oh, that's why. Well, okay. I can fix this. It's because there's a rock on top of it. One-hunt camel is fighting. What? Why are you fighting with a one-hunt? Oh, you're hunting a one-humped camel. Well, that's nice of you. All right, you guys watch this dwarf smelting gold ore. I'm gonna go pee, and we'll be back in a sec. Like, maybe 30 seconds. Yeah, we're making gold and steel. We're stealing those bars, yes. Stealing those bars from nature. Psycon, how are you today? Hello. Didn't your dwarf show up here? I think he did. Let's see. Yeah, you did. Showed up from the previous fort. You're still afraid after experiencing trauma and seeing people die, but it's fine. You'll get over it. You're in a better place now where you're going to have gold tables and no zombies. Currently. I can neither confirm nor deny the existence of zombies being here in the future. But currently there are no zombies here. So you do not have to continue constantly panicking because currently you are significantly safer than you were previously. Steel, S plate, 30. Yeah, cute, more armor. Sounds like your childhood. I'm so sorry. You saw people die and were scarred for life during your childhood? I'm sorry for even mocking that. Hope you're doing all right. How am I doing? It's sunny. I woke up with almost no voice. I'm pretty okay, honestly. Could be a lot worse. Would be a lot worse. How's your day going? It's a nice warm temperature here in Canada of about 15 degrees outside, which is actually warm. You got therapy at 3 and you're looking forward to it? I'll say what I always say about therapy, which is I wish that it actually worked for me. It certainly does not. Everyone's like, oh, you just haven't found the right therapist yet. Like, nah. Never met a therapist I haven't wanted to kill within 30 minutes of talking to them. You go there. You go there. But yeah, no, today's pretty okay. It's been a weird week on Twitch. Been a weird week on Twitch. But, you know, it's life with that little bit of spunk and surprise, you know? That's what they all say. Sounds like you're talking about a cult, but I will continue to say what I said previously, which is I wish. Maybe talk therapy isn't my jam. You know what kind of therapy is my jam? Weed. The Trench Dog, what's up? It's good to see you. Hello. You like her more than the paid ones? I've never been able to afford a paid one, so all of the therapy I've ever had in my life has been free, and like I said, never lasted very long. But how's things, Trench? Another one? Really? A wangaroo, a were-kangaroo. A kangaroo that has been twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow green. Its charcoal hair is long and shaggy. You will know why you fear the night. I just want to say this out loud. We got a were-Australian. $30 or 40 joints as a thank you. Good lord. That's a lot of joints. Turned off all my squads and locked all the dwarves underground. So let's let them run away. The were-kangaroo witnesses the militia commander. I'm going to take Piggy's squad, which actually has the good dwarves in it, and tell them to go attack this thing. So the were-kangaroo is attacking my dwarves now. Where the militia commander kicks the were-kangaroo in the upper body. The were-kangaroo falls over. The militia commander bashes the were-kangaroo in the upper body with her steel warhammer, bruising the muscle. The hammer dwarf bashes the were-kangaroo in the right hand with his silver warhammer, fracturing the bone. The force bends the right muscle. Let's move a few frames. Still nothing. They're pretty quick. That's the problem with were-kangaroos. As long as it just keeps missing, we're good. Miss, miss, miss. Blocked with shield. Strikes at, blocked. Miss, 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 miss. Okay, well, so you're not supposed to get bitten by a were-creature, right? The Hammerlord bites the were-kangaroo in an act of defiance in the left lower leg, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle, and latches on firmly. I hope your dad has a swift recovery, Dragon Man. That sucks, dude. May they give him the fun drugs and may he heal quickly. That's like a $200 thank you. Depends on where you're from. Like around here, I mean, 20 joints, like if we're talking like pre-rolls from a dispensary, that's like 40, 50 bucks. That's like $100 here. But bite me, bite this. Well, it's dead now. Doesn't look like it bit anything. It struck at one person, but the shot was blocked with a shield. The hammer dwarf bashes the were-kangaroo in the head with his silver warhammer, and the injured part explodes into gore. Well done. Got him. That also, look at all of the bones everywhere. Look at all of those teeth. They just went everywhere. Everywhere. Like, everywhere. Holy shit, that's a lot of teeth. Sounds like a cool neighbor, Cyclone. Yeah, no, to be honest, I envy people who have therapy that works. Because it sounds lovely. Like, jokes aside, like, all of my bullshit aside, sounds lovely. I wish therapy seemed to work for me, but it just doesn't. Exclamation point tile set if you want it. It's a modified version of Krug Smash's tile set. That my artist modified, but unfortunately, I can't ask him to do new modifications or new art because I can't pay him anymore because he lives in a country that's currently invading another country. So thus, I'd be breaking sanctions if I paid my artist for more art. So, that's my grumbles right now. I went to Mexico City and it was $60 for 2 grams and you had to walk to a sketchy city. So there's 2 ways I can acquire weed legally where I live here in Vancouver, Canada. I can send somebody, or I can go onto a website and put money on my credit card or from my PayPal or through e-transfer or however you pay money online to a thing. And it either shows up at my door in a box in a package that I have to show the delivery person. Australia, I bite where. Well, thank you for the clip, by the way. Dragon Man, if you're in the Halcyon Frequency Discord, could you go check that into the clip section of the Halcyon Frequency Discord? If you're in there, if you're not. HFD, exclamation point HFD to join. I can either just like order it via that and have it mailed to me. I can have it driven to me, so I can make the same order online and it shows up same day delivery via car for $6 versus free shipping, or I can just walk about 8 blocks up the street and buy some from this walk-in store. It's a little bit more expensive to do it the last way, but I get to see what I'm buying first. That's Canada. Also, it's generally cheaper than like everywhere. I was like, Canadians complain about how expensive weed is here, and I'm just like, have you tried buying weed in like Los Angeles? Because I have and shit, that stuff's expensive. I don't smoke, actually. Well, I do smoke, but it's very infrequently. I generally just use dry vape. But why is that crazy? It's like maybe twice a week. Although when I'm like in a bad headspace, it's nightly, but not in huge doses. It's pretty small doses generally. Thanks, Dragon. You just bought weed in LA? Yeah, well. No, I'm not like a 3 times a day morning toker kind of person. I'm like, on my day off, I'll have some in the evening after I'm done work. And I'm never high on stream. On 420? Yeah, I didn't do that. The deals weren't good enough. It was only a 20% discount. Black Friday's better. Black Friday, I got 40% off my weed, and I'm still working through that supply. But yeah, I don't like smoking, or smoking in particular. It does weird things to my throat. And streaming high is just an unpleasant experience because I'm just really sleepy and I forget what I'm doing constantly. So, you're on vacation? Fair enough. Yeah, if you're on vacation on 420, go fucking buy some weed. Sounds like a fun vacation. Sweet. There we go. I can make another magma forge. This is one hell of a operation we've got down here. One hell of a goddamn operation. Although, to shout out another streamer real quick. I'm pretty sure Cupo's stoned whenever he streams Dwarf Fort. And he doesn't stream very often. Here's I'll give you a link after I show you what he makes. He plays Dwarf Fortress differently than the rest of us. See, most of us play Dwarf Fortress. Cupo does this. I'm actually not sure how he did this, or what this is, or what I'm even looking at here, but that's his bedrooms. So yeah, that's Cupo. Let's see, what else has he done recently? Like, you know, like this. And like that. Cupo's a fucking mad lad. I would, like, he's never done this, but I would buy a 4K print of like any floor of any of his forts, and I'd put it on my wall. He streams for like 2 hours when he streams, and it's not very frequent, but like that's Dwarf Fortress apparently. So allegedly, I've been informed that is Dwarf Fortress. I have a hard time believing it, but there's a link to his stream. Yeah, like he last streamed 12 days ago, so he doesn't stream very often, but when he does, try and catch him because he's like a shiny Pokemon. I just like making open floor plans for my forts. Although he constantly whenever he does tune into my stream, he makes fun of me for being bad. And you know what? It's true. But yeah, no, I would, if he made like a storefront where I could buy prints of his art, I absolutely would do it. Like, no question. Why do I have a fish dissector? Thought I removed that job. Oh, I did. Okay. You haven't smoked in a while, but your favorite thing to do is vape pen and go into Dota and CSGO and aim and repeats. I don't like vape pens. They make my throat... They don't make my throat feel weird, but I like to know exactly what I'm hitting if I'm hitting something. We've got a Strange Moods, third Strange Mood of this fort. And this one is a leather worker. So if I'm going to ingest marijuana, right, I want to know exactly what I'm putting in my body. And with vape pens, I don't. So like the only time I will use a liquid pen is either A, if I know the person who made it, or B, if I put the concentrate into it, or C, if I'm on vacation and I need something disposable and quick, and I'm in a country where I can't bring my normal stuff. So yeah, there's something about them that just I don't like. I used to use them before we had recreational legalization, and it was like the easiest way to be discreet, but now it's like, I just dry herb all the way. I just want to put a flower in an oven and suck on it. That's all I want to do. I mean, the difference is like if I smoke, I feel like a smoker, right? And so I do it very infrequently. And it's usually only socially if I'm with people who want to smoke. And so it's very rare that I'll do that. It's like maybe once every couple of months I'll actually light something, if that. Usually less than that. And vaping also does like weird things to my throat, and it makes it weird and hard to not breathe, but it just makes me feel icky the next day. And if it feels like that, then I don't want to do it. Do I use a glass pipe? I use an X-Max 2 Pro, which is a small vape rig, and I run that through my water pipe. Although I don't use a glass one, I use a ceramic one. It's actually like my prized possession and like the most expensive vanity item that I own. It's like a one-of-a-kind thing made by this like hippie from Germany who like makes these one-off artisan like smoking apparatus. But yeah, I bought it for myself last year as a birthday gift for myself. So you bought Horay Marmot leather, goat leather, and cow leather. Vape pens are like an addict thing. Yeah, so good glassware can be expensive too. Yeah, I have a small glass bong, which I've used it twice since I got it, and it was given to me. It was a gift from a friend. So. But no, I use it to shut my brain off when I have anxiety attacks. So that's like the majority of what I use it for. You do glasswork as part of your work? You know what? Since we're talking about it, I will go show you guys my pipe. Give me a second. I'm not gonna smoke on stream, but that's my pipe. This thing. So it's got, you know, your replaceable down stem. It's just a cheap one off Amazon. But yeah, that's what I smoke through, and I put the vaporizer into that. I've never actually smoked anything in this. Like, this has never had anything lit in it. That's just for dry herb stuff. So I have a connector that connects onto my vape that connects to that, and that's what I use. So it's big enough to hold 12 ice cubes. Small ice cubes, but 12 of them. Like, if you take an ice cube tray and you fill them up halfway, I can fit 12 of them in there. Anyway, I'm going to go put this away now. You have a glass bubbler, a nice little one? Yeah. It's a good way to go. All right, humans have arrived to trade. You guys we can trade with. You we can sell the cool stuff to. Oh, shit! Spiky-haired Freak's been elected as mayor. Oh, he'll be happy if he hears about that. Sell all the cruddy clothing. I don't have any spikes right now. Sell that silly crown that we have. And I guess that's what we'll sell them for right now. Item has been lost. Oh, probably because it just got chucked out. That's actually exactly why that happened. Nish, the leather worker, has created Null Vol. Oh. Also, can I just think it's really funny, Fishing, that you mentioned that you think it's amazing that I can smoke weed and still play this game, yet you smoke weed while playing Dota. If I suck at Dwarf Fortress, the only person that's sad at the end of it is me. You could potentially be pissing off up to 9 other people. Which, I mean, you live your life, but that's impressive to me. Anyway, Nish, the leather worker, has created Noval Loval, a cow leather coat, and claims it as a family heirloom. Dota 2 is brutal. I played Dota 2 during its beta phase, and then its beta phase ended, and then they put the ranked queues in, and I was like, I'm gonna go back to a less stressful game, League of Legends. And I played League of Legends for like another year, and then I quit playing multiplayer games altogether. I've never really gone back to playing multiplayer games, and that was 2014-ish. Tongue Brides, the Flames of Wonder. Man, I really wish that was worth like 60 more Zethal. That would have been way funnier. This is a cow leather coat. A Krasdorf ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of goat leather, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of cow leather and menaces with spikes of hoary marmot leather. Leathery. It's a game for masochists. It's a game for competitive types. And it's a game for people that feel that they are capable of playing games and tolerating other people. And I don't feel like I can do that competently anymore. At least not in a way that I enjoy. I do like watching games like that, though. I watch quite a few streamers play Dota and a couple League of Legends streamers. Actually, my longest running sub ever is a League streamer. Where the heck is my trader at? My dude. Eating. Dude. Supposed to go trade. People care way too much about it because you're so dependent on others and they get heated. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I know exactly why those games are rough and overly competitive. Like, I've been there. I will still maintain that the most fun I ever had playing a MOBA of any kind, was Dawn Guard. Who remembers Dawn Guard? Chat, do any of you remember Dawn Guard? Nobody remembers Dawn Guard, which is why I sometimes like to talk about Dawn Guard, because people are like, the what now? I'll buy the books. But genuinely, that was the most fun I ever had with a MOBA, was Dawn Guard. Never heard of Dawn Guard? Dawn Guard was EA Games' response to Dota. And it never made it out of beta because it didn't take off. But it had a bunch of really neat ideas. Things like it didn't have items. Every character had a choice of like, well, it did have items. Like you buy five items at the start of the game, Like, you make your build before the game starts, basically. And then each of those upgrades has a upgrade. Each of those items has an upgrade tree that for every upgrade has 2 choices. So you make 2 choices, and then it gives you 2 different choices, and then it gives you 2 different choices, and it gives you 2 different choices, and it gives you 2 different choices. So the whole that was way simpler. It was 2 lanes and 3 massive jungles. So you had 2 laners and 3 junglers. It was neat. It had a lot of. It was a lot more objective focused on the map. But although League of Legends has gotten more objective focused, and so has Dota over the years, but it was a lot more objective focused than a lot of the competition was at the time. It was a neat game for what it was. I think that the devs tried to bring it back at one point with a Kickstarter. I don't think it ever got off the ground again. It was a neat little game. Good lord. That one snuck up on me. Dust. Why is it always dust? Migrants have arrived. Fucking fuck. Feels strong cravings and seek short-term rewards. Almost never feels discouraged. Isn't given to flights of fancy and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. Is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And I need water, I think. Or just more coffee. God, fuck. I think investments are probably open, by the way. Just adds up. Pouring some coffee. So I can fix my, like, seasonal allergies ass. Ah, there we go. Whew. We are getting migrants so quickly, it's kind of ridiculous, actually. You are going to be a metal worker. I do not like fishing dwarves. So, I'm moving them all over to metal workers. Now you can just be a crafter. What about you? In terms of mastering a skill, you brave? Likes a little tumult in Discord. You're a milker. And is brave in the face of looming danger. In terms of mastering a skill. Right, ambitious and takes offered help without feeling particularly grateful. We're up to 76 dwarves, man. This fort is growing really fast. Let's make a bunch of rock blocks, get those going too. We really need to make bedrooms. But yeah, no, Dawnguard was a neat game. Kind of wrapping back around to the previous conversation before I had a sneezing fit. Dawnguard was a neat game, and I kind of miss it, but I think a lot of that's probably just... Games like that are usually at their best, in my experience, during, like, unfinished alpha periods. You know? Once kind of the community runs off with them, they often become insufferable. Once you populate games like that with too many people, they just become less fun. And that always just kind of sucks. And Dawnguard probably would have been the same if it had had more time in development, but it didn't. So instead it was just kind of sad because it was just, you know, a fun game that didn't get to ever really see the light of day, which is kind of disappointing and kind of sad. But, you know, not every game gets finished. Not every game gets completed. Yeah. No, absolutely. Like the most fun, the only time I ever have fun with games like that now is while they're in beta and nobody knows what the fuck they're doing. Which is one of the reasons I'm actually kind of sad I didn't have a Switch when that Pokemon MOBA came out, because I probably would have played that. If I owned a Switch, and if I had owned a Switch when the Pokemon MOBA came out, I probably would have jumped on that immediately and played like for a week or two. Until people figured out how to actually be good at it. Because like I have like the game sense to be decent at those games, kind of regardless. Yeah, no, back before esports were like mandatory to enjoy games and people didn't take Team Fortress 2 too seriously, Team Fortress 2 was one of the greatest games of all time back in the day because of that. But I also haven't played TF2 in a very, 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 very long time. All right, how are we doing? Still making charcoal, still making steel bars. Forging steel breastplates. We haven't started any of our weapons or armor yet. But we have made some steel shields, so that's good. Yep, looks like that video's done being in the algorithm for now. Maybe YouTube will put it back in later, but this is what getting an algorithm boost looks like. Like, I posted this Puffin Man video yesterday. And it, up until this morning at like 8:30 in the morning, got about 1,600 views. And then in the last, well, I guess the time I've been streaming, it's gone up to almost 5,000. That's what getting a hug from the algorithm looks like. Still not used to this. I've been doing YouTube for quite a long time, and I've never had this happen before. This has only started happening in the last 2 weeks. 3 weeks, maybe? Because YouTube just started chucking my videos in the algorithm for kind of no real discernible reason. I don't mind, and I hope they keep at it, but it's still a little strange. It is still a little bit strange. Fun graphs? It's fun graphs that equals pennies. I mean, like, 1,000 views is about... about $1.40 right now, Canadian. About that-ish. Based on, like, currently looking about how much I'm making on ad revenue. So, it's nice. I mean, it's not nothing. It's something. It adds up. But nothing crazy. All my dwarves are reading books now, that I've got those books in a library. That's another source of happy thoughts, which is good. Shoutouts to my golden wheelbarrows. Bet you those are a pain in the ass to push. Probably not heavy enough that they're actually getting any strength training, though. I'm trying to decide where I want to put bedrooms. I think I'm just going to put bedrooms in the same layer as most of the stuff, so down here is where we're going to put bedrooms. Except the problem is, well, actually, we probably have a pretty good idea. Yeah, okay, we do have a pretty good idea of how big this area is. So this is kind of all open season. So I'm just going to start queuing up bedrooms. I'm just going to make a bedroom layout, and because I don't like things to be too uniform, they're all going to be slightly different. They're all going to be rather large and nice, and we'll have to set this up in a way that works. You imagine how it's an incomprehensible jumble of math, but everyone has to religiously adhere to its random output, otherwise they die in obscurity. I am of the opinion that even if I do adhere to its random output, I will also still die in obscurity, but I've kind of accepted that, so I'm at peace with that fact. But, you know, I think that's also just the fate of anybody who does any kind of internet creation, either as a hobby or on the internet or as a job. It's if you're scared about dying in obscurity, don't go into this industry, unless you somehow manage to get really big playing Fortnite overnight, you know? Because like frankly, no one will ever know who you are. I'm quite famous in very specific sections of the internet, and whenever people ask me what I do, and I actually have to like explain to them what I do, that's how I describe it. It's just I'm quite famous in very specific places in the internet. Because it's true. I am well known within Dwarf Fortress. I'm well known within certain spheres of indie game development. Certain people know me. I've streamed on Twitch long enough that large portions of like people who've streamed on Twitch for a long time know me. But am I famous? Not really. No, not really. Calling me famous is kind of disingenuous. I am very well known over here at twitch.tv/BLINDIRL. I'm the guy with the weird dwarfs who used to do the roller coasters. If you're big enough on the internet that there's one person who will very, very, very religiously dislike everything that you create on every platform that you post it, you're famous in specific places on the internet. I'm a local celebrity. I never really thought about it like that, but yeah, I guess. But not quite a local celebrity. It's more like the guy who was like, oh no, I'm giving myself too much credit here. It's like, I'm like the kid who ran the chess club in high school that now owns a shoe repair store that people still remember the name of. I'm like that guy, you know? Maybe not quite a local celebrity, but like some people know me, you know? Like, I'm the local barber that some people remember. Oh yeah, he's the dude who runs that barber. Right, yeah, he's a bit of an eccentric. Okay, gotcha. I'm like the village idiot more than the local celebrity. But I mean, I'll take local celebrity if you want to give me that. A niche celebrity? Literally, yes, actually. Very widely known in small circles, yes. The whole circle knows me, but it's a small circle. But yeah, I'm not too worried about dying in irrelevancy. That's going to happen. But I hope that you're all right this morning or this evening, I guess, for you, Tygo. Were you able to pull that all-nighter that you've been trying to pull for the past like week? Or did you pass out? I can't quite remember what time you tuned out last night. Last night kind of turned into a blur at a point. For anybody who is new here, I stream like 12 to 14 hours. Sometimes up to 16 on the days that I stream. Stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So yesterday we were on for, what, like 14 hours by the end, I think. Was that final number? Sick art? How about you make healthy art that doesn't sneeze and cough? Like, you know, in a post-pandemic world, I think, like, people may not be super into sick art. In fact, I would say, like, healthy art's probably, like, more in these days. Hell yeah, dude. Get on that shit. Jokes aside. Every now and again, people refer to me as an artist or a journalist, and I never really fully know how to respond to that. I think that the stuff I make is more akin to, it's entertainment. I don't really know how to classify it outside of that. It's mostly just entertainment. Are you trying to just make people mad? Because I think that's the only response you're gonna get to like making a Dwarf Fortress version of Small World. It's like making a baby dwarf. Quite literally up with that. Have you heard about the new strain of the avian flu from China? 2020 sure does refuse to keep... You know, honestly, at this point, with the... And I had this discussion with my dad. The denser our population becomes, the more common massive outbreaks of random fuck you viruses are going to happen, because that's what random fuck you viruses do, is they get a bunch of people sick and then they spread. And so, did I hear about it? No. Am I surprised? No. Are we going to hear more about more things like that? Yes. Did they happen all the time? Yes. Are they going to continue happening all the time? Abso-fucking-lutely. Am I still wearing a mask outside? Yes. And there's one simple reason as to why, and it's because I want to keep visiting my grandma and I like her. And if I don't get killed by some random fuck you virus, she will, so. There we go. That's going to be our bedrooms. I don't have a bird feeder. That would be a cat feeder, actually. Handheld bedrooms? I mean, kind of. This is going to be my mayor's bedroom. And this right next to it is going to be the mayor's dining room / office. Raccoon feeder? No. In my building, it's definitely a cat feeder. If I were to put up bird feeders, the like 12 cats that live behind my building that are owned by all of the apartments that are on the base floor of my building, there would be a lot of dead birds everywhere if I put up bird feeders. My mom has plenty of bird feeders. Also, it's less raccoon feeders. Those are garbage bins or stupid people, and more like rodent feeders, like mice, rats, etc. The trash pandas tend to just go after the dumpsters. Last thing you remember is about 2:30 a.m. on the clock. Ugh. I gather you didn't make it through the night then. It is good that you're sleeping, though. Probably makes school easier. If you're going to pull an all-nighter, I'd try and do it over the weekend. Hacking our way through. Look at all that. You know, since I've been listening to that bored apes stolen thing constantly on Cameo, which I will link in chat if you haven't seen it. It's literally it's the announcer for Halo on Camo saying bored apes stolen. I kind of want to get him to say gremlin for mayor, I looked up how much his cameo is, and it's not cheap. But I kind of want to make him say Gremlin for mayor. I kind of want to do that. But to answer your question, Fishing, I will double check. He is 55 USD to make him say something. Yep. Which is 71 Canadian dollars to make him say something. And he delivers within 24 hours. Apparently. That's his cameo. It's amazing hours to pay ratio, but all of my experience from talking to people who have been attempting to get into that industry is just finding work is really, really difficult. But if you can get a string of gigs, yes. Oh, Dwarf is giving birth to a girl. That's why the camera jumped up here. So most of your time is unpaid. It's just like, for me, most of the time streaming, I make a couple bucks an hour, right? And then one day every 2 months or so, I make $200 an hour. But those days have been getting far and few between recently. Yesterday was good. Got a bunch of new patrons, but... Bloomberg being all doomer about Twitch ain't helping either. So thanks, Bloomberg. I realize they're trying to help, but their information is questionable and their sources are not accurate and... Just the actual day was like, oh, that was it? What, show? Oh, yeah, show. Well, I mean, I'm in a video game. I did a voice acting gig, and it took me about 8 minutes to record it all. Like, I literally just sat here and read words into a microphone in the voice that they told me to do after confirming with the voice director guy online. Read all the lines, sent them off, and he goes, yep, these are good. You're done. But I didn't get paid for that. I did that for free. It was more of a favor. Just because it was kind of a neat thing for me. Welcome to modern journalism? Yeah. 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 Mostly because they got all of the ad stuff wrong, more or less, in that Bloomberg article. And even if everything that Bloomberg article reports on happens, the only thing that will change for me is I'll be able to stream on multiple platforms. Which is nice. So... But I don't know. Well, hey, we found the edge of it. That's actually kind of nice. Let's just get rid of all this. Scrolling through Cameo, just came up on some fake-ass tits. Oh, there's like a lot of adult actresses and actors on Cameo, if that's what you're stumbling on. And before somebody asks, no, I won't make a cameo, but if you want to pay me $50 to, like, wish you happy birthday on video or something, I'm down. I don't need to give Cameo a cut. All right, well, let's get all of this smoothing. I'll work on that for a little bit. As somebody who knows a little bit about audio design, I'll just say that hentai involves a lot of macaroni. And a spatula. Or a wooden spoon. And a lot of that stuff is just overdubbed from other film. So, you know. Anyway. Don't ask me too much about audio design. Ahoy! Hi, Tekken. How are you? All I'll say, okay, on your own time at some point, go watch some hentai, then make a bowl of craft dinner, okay? And then take, like, I don't know, like a potato masher and jam it in the middle of it. You'll hear the resemblance. Like have any of you guys? Pulley? Yeah, no, absolutely. Have any of you guys ever seen that that Vine from like 2016 where it's just like the guys? It's like this lovely like East Indian lady, and she's like stirring a pot of macaroni, and her kid walks up behind her, and he goes, "That sounds like some good pussy," and she just looks up at him and goes, "What?" It's like one of those classic like 3-second long videos. Yep, literally that. What's hentai? Ask your mother. Anyway. Back in town? Were you out of town? What were you up to, dude? Did you see the post of the animal people that Kid Fox posted? I'm a big fan of the frogman, or the toadman. I think it's a toadman. There's a cockroach person who will survive a nuclear blast. You lost all the audio for the newest episode. Grab the mac and cheese and... Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. You did see that? You were made aware of the narwhal people exist? You did? I'm surprised how many people didn't know that narwhal people exist, because sperm whale people also exist. So, they're not the only whale people. The turtle person, he's just a little slow. He'll get there eventually. He's working on it. The turtle person is pretty great. My comment on it that I didn't make in the video that I said on stream yesterday is I'm really, really happy that they don't just look like furries. Like, they look like animal people. They don't look like people animals. You know what I mean? They're animal first, creature person second. It's like old school, like animated film animal people. Not like... I was very, very worried throughout the like creation of the tile set that they were just going to look like fursonas. I'm really happy they don't. So happy they don't. Like, oh, it was like a fucking relief when that came through. I was like, yes! They just look like cartoons from my childhood instead of something that's going to be fetishized immediately. I mean, they'll still be fetishized immediately. I mean, I'm sure someone's already getting all hot and bothered over that cockroach man, but... I'm just so happy. You won't unless you embark there or are in adventure mode? I mean, I'll see them because I run adventurers into my fortresses from time to time. So, yes, I will absolutely see them. I will absolutely see them. And now that they have cute sprites instead of just kind of undiscernible letters for, you know, chat, I know what they are, but like I had 4 chameleon people in a recent fort and nobody ever noticed them because they just look like blue seas. So people just thought they were like a weird cat or something. So it's like once they are like noticeably animal people, yeah, I'm going to go out of my way to bring them in adventure mode as soon as that's available in the premium version. Socks? I'm starting to learn why your socks smell. I'm sure someone is already into animal people now. DF animal people now. I think they were before. This just put a face to the fantasy, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, they are. Like, that's the whole point of the premium release, right? Fishing livestream is, like, visualizing everything and giving the game a UX overhaul. Reminds you of a horrible dad joke. Why did sperm cross the road? Because it put the wrong socks on. I hate it. Yikes. I need to do my laundry after that one. Found the Macron video? Oh, yep, that is it. Yep, that is the video that I was thinking of. I love how you went digging for it. But yes, you found it. Are we working on a project at the moment? Or so currently I'm digging out bedrooms. But this is a fortress that I started yesterday. We are in a joyous mountain biome. Well, it's Badlands, Badlands, and a mountain biome. So the top one is mountain, which is joyous. The Badlands over here are also joyous. And then we have a hot savanna over here, which is Untamed Wilds. And we've been in this world now for about 2 months, real time, I would say, playing various fortresses. And we've all played the same faction every time. And the faction that we're playing was previously completely locked in this mountain. I explored this mountain range quite a bit in adventure mode. And then I settled a few fortresses down here. We did this fortress, which was Hotbeards, which had water cannons. We did this fortress, which was Mothfall, which we dropped entire Z levels worth of stone on things. And then we did this fort, which lasted about 4 hours until it died to undead things. And then this one was also a haunted fortress in the same haunted jungle until it got too laggy due to there being too many zombies in the caverns. So I recently retired that one yesterday. And this fortress is Angelrazor, and the goal of this fortress is continuing our previous goals. We need to exterminate all of these goblins over here, continue to populate this fortress, this faction over on this side of the mountains, and I want to kill this human necromancer tower down here. But we don't have any contact with them first, so I'm waiting until we can build up a little bit more before we go after them. Plus, there's a lot of fun spires on the surface, which are spoilers. I will now continue. Fun spires on the surface, which are basically just like demons, but they live on the surface, and that's what spawns the goblin civilizations and where the demons on the surface that run the goblin civilizations come from. There's a bunch of them that are accessible from this position via the artifacts menu and searching for them. The reason this fortress is called Angelrazor is because I'm trying to exterminate them and steal all of their slabs. And if you have the slabs from there in adventure mode, if you go to the spires, the fun spires, the places where the angels live, you can banish or enslave demons with their true name, and you can get their true name from their slabs. So I just did a check against the raw files, and the art is accurate for at least the anthropods. Spider people only have 2 legs and 6 arms intact, so people also have 2 legs but 4 arms. Yes. How are you doing, cutest? I'm doing all right. Today's been good. It's sunny outside. But yeah, it's been pretty good. It's been all right. A video got chucked into the algorithm again today, which was nice. Kind of hoping that my Dwarf Romantic video from this morning will get chucked into the algorithm briefly. That would also be nice. But, you know, just chilling, hanging out. The angel stuff has actually been in the game for ages. It's just very few people actually play adventure mode, and the only way you really find them is adventure mode. The game like doesn't even show them on the this is the only way to find them in fortress mode. You go into this, you go into the into the world map screen, you hit artifacts, and then you usually go to the bottom. That's held by elves. There's one. This is a rutile slab. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. The slab reads, I am Ravolfi of Abaco Ravolfi, the last maze. I bind myself to this world. That's a fun spire. It's in the middle fuck nowhere with no icon. It's a fun spire. There's another one. Native gold slab. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It reads, I am Oscatal, Unrastmo, death-starved, the ashen grave, and very edgy name. Of the underworld, by Stelmib, I bind myself to this place. Those are artifacts that are kept in fun spires, these slabs. So you need to find those slabs in this screen. That's the only way to find them in the game, unless you intentionally expose that stuff in the raw files before you generate your world. There's another one. It's a zinc slab. Hold on, that's a funny name. I am Sumatsu Zob, Sumatsu the Foggy. I'm the Foggy. Once of the underworld, I by Angzak's maze curse, the last cut, I bind myself to this place. So those are all spots with angels, and you can go fight them. It's so, were there any major changes with Dwarf Romantic 1? They reset the leaderboards. There's a hard mode. There's a quick mode where you only have 75 pieces maximum. And there is a buttload of new pieces and a ton of unlockable things and a bunch of little balance tweaks and changes. But it's still largely the same game, just with some new modes and new leaderboards and such. Yeah, that was definitely a goblin name, yes. But the first one that we did actually was one of the dwarven gods of this civilization that had bound a demon to this world. And we stole their slab. Although the slab has reappeared back there, so that's interesting. So, kind of funny. I think we'll do the mayor's office / bedroom first. I need a weapon rack. I'm surprised nobody's made a DF-inspired dating sim yet. Someone should. Chat, get on that. Go make a date your local jurist simulator. Oh. Okay. Dwarves have arrived to trade. Hello. If you reclaim a dwarven site that dug too deep, they will be sealed. There will be a seal over top of it. But usually you'll be able to see straight down into hell. And often there will be like engravings and stuff on the dig site, which I'm a big fan of. Big fan of that. You know, I almost never support this type of economy, but I got too many golden goblets. and they're valuable. Aristocrats. Oh no, I hate it, but I love it. Stretching. Okay. I mean, there's a bug that can happen sometimes, and I had this happen in one of the other persistent worlds I did a while ago, Tekkud, where if you reclaim it, there's a chance that just everything is exposed for some reason, including hell. So there was one fort that I reclaimed once, and initially in that fort, it was a surface fort. I never dug down into the caverns, or anything. Like I went like 4Z levels down or something. I built like a town on the surface. It was a cute little town. It was a nice fort. But when I reclaimed it, all of the caverns were discovered and hell was discovered. So I've had that happen once. But aside from that, I don't know. Maybe if the player does it, I would try doing that as the player. Like, overrun a fort intentionally with demons and then siege it down from the outside. Troop and Panda, what up? Theoretically, yes. You're getting a cane. You do need one to make sure you don't fall. You had to argue so you don't get a walker. We're going to work on getting you a gym membership so you can lose some weight. Sounds like you need to. Try just walking more. Walk up and down stairs. Frequently. Weekend started a few hours ago. Fuck yeah. Any plans for the weekend? I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. We've updated our maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? I don't know, actually. What requests do I actually have? Because I kind of have everything I need right now. I'm gonna ask for cheese. Bring me cheese! All of the cheese. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer for your craft store ship. Spiky-haired freak, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Hells yeah. My plans for the weekend is recording this podcast that you should check out if you like the sound of my voice. But tomorrow in the afternoon, me and a friend of mine are going to go to a brewery called 33 Acres. I don't know what time exactly, but which means I get to go try some beer tomorrow. I'm excited. Fuck yeah. It is the most mathematically optimal for pathing so that they don't need to path over top of each other. So it gives them the least possible decisions. So theoretically, it is the best stair format for frame rate. Theoretically. And it's just kind of become a habit. And good day, Beermaneer. How is you? You survived the king's birthday. Was that a... Oh. Wait, what? I thought I saw a capital S. Did they? Okay, I did. Why did you leave the giant cave spider corpse in the stairwell, you morons? Get rid of that shit. There's a dead spider in my stairwell. God damn it. Anyway, sorted. Yeah, I walk about 150 steps on days that I stream, but on my days off, I'm outside all the time, walking constantly, trying to, you know, get outside and stay healthy. I was also on Fahaloin's podcast, which isn't out yet, I don't think, where he's gonna, where I talk about what I actually do for exercise. I don't know where that blood came from. Oh, it's the were-kangaroo blood, right. Lots of splatter. Yeah, I don't think you need a gym membership to be active. Generally kind of find it to be a bit of a scam, in my experience. No. Well, assuming they're not drinking it, and they ain't drinking the blood, so it's fine. I don't need to sell them all of these, but we'll see what we're buying. Why did they bring so much wood imports in? That's interesting. Buying all of those books. And some cheese. Kind of wish that I could, you know, just do some of these. Because I do not need to sell all of these mugs. There you go. Go put my goblets back. Doing all day, spent all day in bed writing things. I don't want to write, but alas, it needs writing, so I need something to do on this godforsaken island. Sounds fair, yeah. Sounds about right. Writing thing, you don't understand the name of the game nowadays, that you need to fill out grades for your students. Why, oh, why are these still done by hand, and do they like my horrible cursive? Yeah, I never really, not to knock my own intelligence, but I never really got good at cursive. Like, I learned it, my mom tried to teach it to me, and I had a tutor at one point that tried to help me. I don't think I can write cursive. I can barely read cursive. My grandmother, like, sends me, letters for my birthday in cursive, and every year it gets harder for me to read. My dad is like a pen fanatic, and he buys fancy pens, right? And he will try and he will try and he will write like letters and such in very, very, very fancy cursive with like super fancy penmanship. And he'll give it to me, and he'll also give me, like, a printed, typed version of the same letter, which I very much appreciate, because it's like, here's my artwork, also, here's the actual, like, you write with fancy fountain pens horribly? Okay, my dad writes very well with fancy fountain pens, so he'll write a letter, and then write the same letter, like, just in printed text. Well, cursive is a fancy way of writing. You don't have to write in cursive just because you're writing with a pen. Why do you find calligraphy creepy, though? Caligula is creepy, but that's very different. Similar letters in a similar order, so maybe brains making an unknown connection. All right, this is going to be for the mayor, and if the mayor doesn't like this, I super don't care, because this is about as nice of a room as a mayor could ever ask for. He needs a weapon rack. Aside from that, he's very happy about everything. because it's far faster, but that's because of the way the alphabet works. Like, if you're using the Western alphabet, it is... I don't know. I always found it way slower to write in cursive. Uh-oh. We actually have a depressed dwarf. My manager's depressed. You want to acquire something. You want to pray. You know, gold. You know what? Let's just make gold rings. Let's make 100 gold rings. And if you complain to me about not having something nice to acquire, go acquire rings. We're gonna start queuing up beds, and we're gonna give my manager a bed pretty quick. Also, do I even have a carpenter shop right now? I don't think I do. Potentially, it just takes time to master. All right, well, for me, it's a hell of a lot slower. But then again, I'm also, like, a terrible handwriter to begin with, so. Like, I told my mom the other day, and she was shocked by this. I've never actually written a check in my entire life. I became an adult in an era when online banking is king, and has been king, and is showing zero signs of ceasing to be king. So... I've literally never had to write a check in my entire life. Doctor dreams of creating a great work of art and is hopeful about the future. I'm sorry for your loss, dwarf. You're a fish cleaner who desperately needs a change in career path, so I will give you one. I will give you carpentry because I do need some extra carpenters, and I will also give you furnace operating. Good luck, dwarf. You're a hunter. Sure, you can stay on that gig. You're also a hunter. Dream of mastering a skill. Completely hopeless in stressful situations. Well. Remove you from fishing. I'm going to give you gem cutting because I don't really have many gem cutters, and some weaving. You dream of mastering a skill. You're a pessimist and you enjoy crowds. Okay, you join the military soap maker. And... Alright, I think we're pretty much good, except you are a peasant, so you need some sort of life's work. Mastering a skill finds humor in most situations, tend to avoid physical confrontations. You'll be fine in the military. Oh, never mind. I don't actually need any more military. All right, well then, there you go. Good luck. Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, I think that's probably the best way to pick up cursive is as an adult. I've just never had any interest in it. Penmanship is not something that's interested me in the slightest ever. All right, manager, you can be one of the first people to get a bed. I will just give you a cabinet and a gold chest. Yeah, the Arabic alphabet makes a lot of sense. Same with Cyrillic. Like there's plenty of alphabets where it makes logical sense to do it that way, because that's just the way it's designed. But it's not every alphabet. Yes, I would agree with that. There you go. Completely. Absolutely. 100% I'd agree with that. Those do all look identical. All right. Let's follow this dwarf who's making steel breastplates. I'll be back in a sec. I'm gonna go check something. I return. What are we looking at? Russian cursive. You know, I'm looking at Russian cursive, right? That link that you just linked fishing. And I just want to say that I think I finally figured out where Soulja Boy gets his lyrics from. You anyway. I'm funny sometimes. Sometimes. Not usually, but sometimes. I'm sorry, what? Space Pirate, is there a reason you're on fire? I was attacked. Most shocking. Attacked by what? I mean, you're dead, but what attacked you? Oh, is there a magma crab like directly underneath you or something? Nope. Oh, there's just a magma crab up in here. Okay. Right. Well. This shit is on fire. Sending the squads in to kill it. Never mind. It just fucked off instead. Alright, let's wait for it to pop back up. Run away, dwarfs. Wait, shit. Run, dwarfs. Okay, cool, we got it. It's dead. F. The Hammerlord scratches the magma crab in the upper body, and the injured part is torn apart. Aren't they made out of rock? That dwarf just scratched it to death. Anyway, sorry to Space Pirate, who spontaneously combusted. I apologize for your loss, and not much else I can say. First death of the day. Rest in peace, Space Pirate. Got a little bit too close to the spicy rock and became a spicy rock. Sometimes you just end up too close to the spicy rock, and it's not very good for your health. So, just a recommendation, chat. If you ever end up next to a spicy rock, walk away from it. If you want to be even more amused, look for Doctor's Notes on Trees and Curve. It's It's indecipherable. Is that so that you can get prescriptions for any drug that you want? You look at it and they say, well, what is this a prescription for? And you be like, anthrax. And they go, all right. Explains a lot of crimes, to be honest. Apologies for not playing Dwarf Fortress for the next 20 seconds, but I have a frenzy that needs clicking. I could sing a mournful dirge. Not good at under pressure, unfortunately. Okay, I'm done clicking the frenzy. Space Pirate has been missing for a week. Rest in peace, old Space Pirate. Ye poor dwarf. And there was much sad. Yay, dwarves are claiming beds. Let's bring these up. Just waiting on a few more beds. A pilot, Metropolitan, right? You know, it's kind of funny hearing people talk about fancy pens, because I realize almost immediately whenever I see people doing that I have no idea what anybody's talking about. And then I also it humbles me a little bit, because then I realize, oh, this is how people feel when I talk about record players. This is how people feel when I start talking about, like, my cassette deck mechs. You've never seen an Excel sheet, clearly, Baltitsar. Good luck, Reno Diamond. Besides, that is an Excel spreadsheet. It's a beautiful one, though. There's somebody up on the surface. There you go. That's an Excel spreadsheet. I have like 6 really nice antiques of early plastics, one was a silver, one was a fountain pen, I got off my dad. I feel like everybody that I know who got into fountain pens got into them because of a family member. Or a parent. But I'm glad I got the opportunity to show you the actual glory of my Excel spreadsheets. We need to go hack down some more growy green things. Because we're not able to do that anymore, apparently. Oh, did I actually, like, seal that off too effectively faster than I wanted to? I thought I still had a way around. Guess I did. Whoopsies. There you go. We can go back to making charcoal again. I can also mine more gold. I wonder what happened to that forgotten beast. It's going to show up eventually, isn't it? No, I want to automate ore gems, not designate, just automate. Cut down trees. I really wish that we had some coal. Like, just normal-ass coal. No more of this charcoal making crap. Everybody's just like, oh no, I didn't get steel on this embark. And I'm just like, oh no, I haven't gotten coal in the last 2,000 of my embarks. Also, imagine if this wasn't all gold. This is all just gold. So useless. It's pricey, but useless. Like, how much metal do we actually have right now? 881 gold. Hoy vey. Got plenty of pig iron. You can't make hammers out of gold. Gold can't be used for any weapon construction. Artifacts, yes. Not by default. Silver hammers are all that we got. I could stud things with gold, though. Yeah, you wouldn't want to make a hammer out of gold, especially in real life. It would just fall apart. It's very active. Out of seeds for plum helmets. Pardon? I'm not sure if that should be, if this should be posted in DF Talk or not. And you almost want to spoiler tag that. Also, game saving, so. It's a pity Hobo's not here. He's probably the biggest pen fanatic I know. He'd have lots to say on these subjects. Alright, so we are now into early winter. I can never keep track of what season it is in this fort because it's all the same. You know, because I can't read that, cutest, I can insert anything in my brain that I want into that sentence. And there's a lot of things out of context that would be really funny in that sentence. I just wanted to say that because I'm a very mature person. Of course, things get stuck in it every time. Come on. That's not what I wanted. It's a capital F, a lowercase f. Mad Libs, yeah! Writing half in one language and half in a language streamer doesn't understand is insert toilet paper. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I remember Hobo was talking about like getting pink and ink and stuff. I'm just going like, I spent all this money on fancy ink and I don't know what to do with it now. Because what am I ever going to need pink for? Also, a diamond question. Is that actually the name of that area? Like, did you find that area and that's the name of it? Or I'm confused as to where you got the name from. Or curious, actually, as to where you got the name from. It's a Doom reference? Oh. I'm bad at remembering stuff like that from video games. What's that? Got an interesting vermin. It's a cap hopper. Yeah, cute little cap hopper. So much native gold. Jeez. Well, at least we're starting to make those gold rings. So hopefully a bunch of dwarves can go acquire gold rings. I'm also curious as to how our manager's doing. Manager was the only depressed dwarf in the fort, and still is the only depressed dwarf in the fort. But has a gold ring, so you've been able to acquire something. Yeah, because... So this is my metal supply, right? Gold bars, 924. Silver, 46. Steel, 2, because I used a bunch of it. Pig iron, very high. And then charcoal. I need to go mine out more flux, I think. Which is hugely likely. Yep. There's the flux. Well, we're going to go mine out more of it. Need all of this. I'll just delete the things that they don't mine. But, yeah. Using all that to make steel. But currently they're all digging out all this gold. Metal supply? Oh, we got a lot of metal supply. Got a lot of metal supply. I mean, and what's funny is like mineral occurrence is just set to normal. Just this happens to be a very, 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 very rich gold deposit. Like a very rich gold deposit. So that's why I'm making all of my tables and chairs and furniture out of gold, because, I mean, when you have this much gold, what else are you going to make your shit out of? That fountain pens, those translucent pens are like, looks cool for the first 5 minutes. It looks like ass because all the ink is inside after forever. I feel like if you had a translucent pen, I would just like never use it. I would keep it like an art piece. Kind of like a really nice glass pipe. You don't want to soil it by smoking something in it. Although I guess it also depends on how much you spent on the pen. But that's just me. We could have requested iron ore and flux. Well, I mean, I have plenty of iron ore. I just need to go mine it out. And I have multiple layers of marble, which is flux. So I'm fine as far as the resources goes. I just need to go mine it. I just need to go get it. And importing it, it would import it in very small amounts. So I'll do that once I run out, but I'm not exactly short on supply. If anything, I will be the one exporting that stuff before long. So I don't really need to ask them for their limited supply when I can just supply myself with all that I need. Besides, it's way faster to just run up to that layer and dig out a whole layer of it than it is to request it. So, and I'm just going to do the dig out a whole layer of it. Also, this is like the busiest fort I've had in recent memory. Everybody's busy. In fact, I'm going to do something silly. I'm going to mine out less gold. I don't actually need to mine out all of this right now. We got plenty right now. Let's go elsewhere. Oh no, we have Luminite. So this we just got really lucky. We have Luminite, silver, and gold. So I have iron, silver, and gold. Plus we have plenty of flexstone. So yeah, in order to make iron, I just need to mine out iron and marble and make charcoal, basically. And then I can make iron. Because this is a 3-biome embark. One of them is shallow metals and deep metals. The shallow metal is iron. One of them is deep metals, and then the other one is deep metals. And the deep metals seem to be silver and gold, and the shallow metal seems to be iron. So we have a good enough supply for what we need right now. It's just a matter of putting the crafting time together to do it. Why? The only time you really have super heavy frame rate problems is if there's tons of stuff trying to path into your fort. The only reason the last fort had problems was because there was like 150 undead in the cavern layers that were all bits and pieces of Crundles trying to kill my dwarves going Brands at all times. But yeah, I mean, I my other fort, Long Death, I've kept alive for 389 years in game. And it runs at 50 FPS, stable. It's like, honestly, the only time that you'll run into heavy frame rate issues is if either A, you've screwed up your pathing really heavily, B, you're overstocking items, or C, you're not dealing with overpopulation issues. So like if you have 200 guests, yeah, your fort's gonna be laggy. Because they're all thinking and talking and have different thoughts and needs and desires and pathing. If you have a potato PC, yeah, it's going to run bad. If you do the largest possible embark, yeah, it's going to run bad. If you have all of the physics all of the time going on your map, yeah, it's going to run bad. Dwarf Fortress, it's just like City Skylines. If you overbuild and overproduce and overpopulate, it'll run like shit. It's just that kind of game. Every city builder or town builder I've ever played, with the exception of maybe Songs of Six, but that game, as far as I'm concerned, is fucking black magic. But you do get issues when you hit the really high numbers of populations in that game. Like every kind of builder-y game I've ever played that has populations and complex AI lags. It just kind of comes with the territory, as far as I'm concerned. So it doesn't bother me because I expect it. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, you can totally lose a fort due to poor frames. You can absolutely lose a fort due to poor frames. But if you know what you're doing and you plan accordingly and you don't, like, intentionally screw your fort over, it's not hard to keep a fort from falling apart with frame rate issues. It's not hard. It's just a matter of, like, prepping somewhat intelligently and, like, taking care of your pathing. My mayor has ended a mandate. I hope it wasn't anything serious. I definitely wasn't paying attention to it. But every patch Dwarf Fortress gets, the frames get a little bit better. Tarn is always working on things and making things better. So, people don't give him enough credit, and he doesn't give himself enough credit, but the game runs a hell of a lot better than it did 5 years ago. I think right now the biggest frame rate concern for me is adventure mode, actually. Because adventure mode, it's very common to, like, go to a town with 10,000 people and then get 1 frame every 3 minutes. Like, adventure mode is a problem. Especially because all of the really cool stuff, like catacombs and stuff, are underneath those cities. So a lot of the content in adventure mode is actually almost completely inaccessible because of how it's located. I just received a pseudo marketing spam email from a podcast provider talking about how somebody grew a podcast from 0 to 75,000 followers in 2 years. And at a quick glance, the person's a doctor, and like literally the first line in what they did was, we had this huge email list from all of our patients and sent out the email during the pandemic. No shit. You grew a podcast from 0 followers to 75,000 followers in 2 years. No shit. You actually have things that people are like interested in listening to. Bed. 50. Yeah, PC being potato is not going to help. Like that's going to hurt. Right? Like that's going to be an issue. But if your PC's a potato, like try and keep the population down a little bit. If your PC's a potato, like embark on smaller maps. Like it's the really frustrating thing that people always tell me on YouTube, especially in comments about frame rate, is people ask me how I keep my frames so good. I tell them how I keep my frames good, and then their response is literally something along the lines of, so you're telling me I can't play the game in order to have good frame rate? Because apparently people's classification of frame rate being good is, or enjoying the game is playing everything at the maximum. So biggest possible embark, the maximum possible population, all of that sort of stuff. So a lot of people who play this game just like max everything out and then complain the game runs like shit. And if you're one of those people, I really can't help you. But like, if you're willing to try and work within the game and give yourself a list of constraints based on what your computer can run, you can absolutely set Dwarf Fortress up in ways that run quite well. Because it's possible, like, maybe you're embarking on sites that just are too large for your computer. And it could quite literally be that simple. So it's not it's possibly not even necessarily an issue of the game running bad. Maybe you just need to embark somewhere smaller and have like 30 less dwarves. Like by default, you get invaded when you hit 90 dwarves, right? But you can tweak that. So if you want to have invasions and you want to have all that kind of fun, and your computer can't run 250 dwarves, let's just say, set your population cap down to 80 and then set the invasion cap down to 40. So when you have 40 dwarves, you can get invasions. And then set the maximum number of invaders down to 120 instead of 220 or 420 or whatever the default is. And then you'll have the same experience but on a smaller scale. And that's what's cool about Dwarf Fortress, is it is actually super flexible, and you can absolutely tweak it to your needs. You didn't realize how much tree density would affect it from pumping mangrove sea. Caused undulating magma waves. That too, yeah. I mean, that's why I use reservoirs for pumping magma, right? So it goes into a reservoir, and then only that reservoir gets the undulating waves instead of the whole map, right? Trees cause lag because like they're processing their leaves and the fruits that grow on them. There's the tile set. Just click that link; it'll download it for you. But trees are processing fruits, stuff growing on them, stuff landing on them, the greenery growing, because they're all growing constantly, right? And it's keeping track of that. The game actually keeps track of trees' age. You don't see that, and it doesn't surface it anywhere, but the game keeps track of the tree's age, the type of wood, the different types of wood are all tracked. They drop items, and the items grow seeds. All of the different fruits that maybe they're not in your inventory, but you could pick them up theoretically. You could go out and harvest them, and it's keeping track of all of that extra foodstuffs. So like right now, it's like I have 186 plants. Let's just say I was on a map with like dense tree cover. It's highly likely that that map would be covered in tens, if not like, in some cases, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of peaches. Millions of peaches. Peaches for me. Millions of peaches. Fuck the frame. All of that sort of shit. Like, temperature is another weird one that always gets a lot of people off. But it's like, all of this stuff is improving. And the longer Dwarf Fortress gets developed, the better it gets. And, you know, yes, certain setups will run like ass. But figure out what your computer's capable of running and you'll be fine. Yeah, also vermin variety. The more biomes you embark on as well, the more variety of animals and vermin and trees you have causes more strain and more computing power that needs to be done. So, yeah, it's Dwarf Fortress. It's a video game. Maybe you just happen to have a population of 4.5 million bees on your map, which is also possible. There's definitely a very real possibility that you have an extremely dense population of bees. You always think about KSP. To put it honestly, KSP usually is in a state of barely running on any system. Yeah, I mean, like, you'll go watch people with, like, monster PCs playing KSP, and it's running at 14 frames a second, and nobody complains. It's like, you'll see somebody, and they'll be, like, flying through the stars. It's like, and they're like, it's beautiful. And I'm just like, nobody complains about this because it has graphics. People complain about Dwarf Fortress because it's all math. I do genuinely think it's a shame that people complain about the frames in DF so much. But, I don't know. Are people making more steel? No? But I'm giving you the stuff you need. Oh, they're probably all just, you know, making, yeah, they're all just smelting gold ore. It's fine. It's fine. Also, did they ever, Yep, they did. I should probably place that memorial. This is the second memorial in this room, because the first one was, well, Pigfinite, who, in loving memory of Pigfinite, born in 114, went missing in the year 186. Drowned himself in lava accidentally while digging. Was the militia commander of the Crimson Joys in 186 and lover of Sparkles of Aquamarine. Died pretty quick. Poor guy. Poor dwarf. When you do your What is Dwarf Fortress video, you will try to help people understand the incredible depth of this of simulation happening. Yeah, I'm looking forward to being able to do that. You know what we should do, Tekid? And we need to talk about this closer to the release, but we should all pop up in each other's, like, What is Dwarf Fortress or How to Dwarf Fortress videos. Like, we should do, like, what certain other bigger review YouTubers do when they just, like, pop up and have a 2-minute segment in the middle of the other person's video. We should absolutely do that. Like, just send me a fucking script and I'll record it and send it to you. The thing is, with games like this, you're too scared it's going to put your CPU into unsafe temps. Are you not cooling your CPU? Because if you're not cooling your CPU, running Windows will put, or an OS, will put your CPU at unsafe temps. Yeah, I don't use a Ryzen chip. Pocket Dread. Also, I have Pocket Dread. What's up? Yeah, I think it's more about just coordinating so we don't crush each other. Rise as one, not individually. But, you know. What? I don't even know what Helidor is. Helidor? What the shit is that? Nani the fuck? Helidor. No, Odor. Odor. Heliodor. Oh. Well, obviously it's a fucking cartoon character from kids' TV shows. So it's the urine gem? Got it. Yep, that looks like pee. Dwarf Fortress is actually not single core. Everybody goes on about how it's single core. It uses 2. One is the graphics, and one is the game. One is everything else. So one is the UI and graphics. So the UX runs on one core, and the graphics layer runs on that same core, and everything else is the second core. Which is really funny, because one core will be like, not running at maximum, but running at like 60, 70% at all times, and then the other one will just be like 2%, because that's about how much it takes for the graphics, which is very funny to me. Dell is very much a fortress designer and a psychologist. You're way more of a management addict whose nemesis is cancellation announcements. Yeah, I don't give a shit about management. And blah, 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 blah. I'm a very goal-oriented player with a specific goal for every fort. Oh, you flatter me. You're giving me too much credit there, man. Yeah, I guess. Sure. No, I'm like running at the seat of my pants, caution to win. Fuck yeah, let's go. Although I think I'm maybe more of a dwarven psychologist than you give me credit. A lot of the stuff that Sal has discovered and talked about loudly, I've discovered either absent-mindedly or before she did in a lot of cases. Like when she figured out the just let dwarves soldiers idle thing and was going on and on and on about discovering that. I was like, people don't know that. So I don't know. She's just better about yelling at it when she discovers things. But give me more. The Cyclops, Atra, has come. A giant humanoid monster with a single eye set in its forehead. Then I'm just kind of the sort of person who's just like, oh, that dwarf is depressed and sad and suicidal and doesn't want to live anymore on this world. Mood. I agree. I can associate with you. Depressed, sad, piss puddle, whiny wet blanket. Urist Mycott. Anyway, let's stab a guy to death. Do you have any artifact? No, you're naked. God damn it. Go pick up some swords next time and actually be interesting. Get him, boys. He's a cloud? Well, he's gonna go up in a cloud of red mist in a few seconds. Okay. Yep. He missed, and Raffle stomped. Got knocked unconscious and then had another page of combat. Ow. Sorry. I don't know why I'm laughing, but... Yeah, I knew that they'd delete it. So... Like a, go get 'em, dwarfs! Get 'em, boys! Kind of feeling, you know? Yeah, I mean, it's like a long-term psychological project on, like, for both myself and the dwarves. So, yeah, I don't know. I think me and Sal are a lot more similar in our play styles than I think you give us credit. I think we're actually very similar in the way that we play games. Spitalier, thanks for checking out a sub to the chat! And, that's the first gift of the day, actually. Cheers, dude. And it lands on Stockin' Bro. And, Cutest Ghost used the opportunity to make a hype train close by,
thanks to AdAnimal104 for my sub
using
gift.
that thing. Why am I blanking on the name of subgift? For resubbing with Animals thing. Also, Pigfinite, by the way, you got too close to the spicy water and burst into flames. I apologize. The good news is your death was swift. The bad news is you're dead. Darren, thanks for the hype train. We have a artifact that a weaponsmith is making. Hold up. Just gonna do something real quick. Just gonna forbid pig iron for a sec. Gonna cause some mass cancellations for a minute, but that's fine. Claims a magma forge. Yes. Yes. Grabs nothing but a brick of gold and goes to make an artifact. Dragon Man, if you were... Yeah, you are here. Cool. So, your metalsmith is, making something out of gold. What are you going to make us? Mug? Piggy Squad lives on, yes. But saw the VOD. I'm sorry. it was like... I kind of had a bad feel, but... It is what it is, unfortunately. But I hope you've been well, Spitalier. Thanks for gifting a sub, dude. An enthusiasm locomotive on the move? Yeah, that's why chat's supposed to post crypt zoom. But, you know, doesn't matter. I mean, how often are enthusiasm locomotives actually enthusiastic? Ticket, thanks for gifting a sub. Good, man. Good. And it landed on Andy! That's one of Sui's mods. Looks like the beer count is going well. I hope you make a hammer, dude. If you make a hammer, I'll give it to like one of my squad leaders. Never mind. Dragon Man B, the weaponsmith, has created Fakaseth. Agaseth, a gold battle axe, and claims it as a family heirloom. I think that goes into the tavern. It's worth a lot of Dwarf bucks. 158,400 Zatal. Drain-a-ching. Drain-a-ching. It's called Drain-a-ching. Fuck a what? F-A-K-A-G-S-E-T-H. Fuck, God's G-Seth? It would have been way funnier if it was just fuck a Seth, but it's not. It's Fakaseth. Fakaseth. The tavern needs to be called Golden Axe now. You're not wrong. Also, it's funny because Dragon Man made the Golden Axe, and isn't there like a dragon summoning lady in Golden Axe? It's been a while since I played Golden Axe. Anyway, this is a gold battle axe. All craft worship is of the highest quality. The object menaces with spikes of gold. Not very interesting, but I like it. I do really like it. Not a display case, because I don't have glass. So, head. Gold. Make 3 golden pedestals. Tavern. Name, location. The gold. The gold act. No. Can I even call it the golden axe? Or the gold axe? Because like, hyphen compound's not going to do it. Unless oh, actually, hold on. Ah. The golden axe. The golden taxes. It's the golden axe. There you go. We've renamed the tavern the Golden Axe. And thank you for gifting a sub to Gate Nerd. Cheers, dude. That's one of my patrons. And leveling up the choo-choo. The enthusiasm locomotive, as you say. Or the scam train. Or the something. I was too close to just leave it. Usually it just gets left in this chat. I'm not going to lie. That's usually what occurs. but I appreciate it nonetheless. The Moule de Bush. The Golden Axe. It does sound good. Yeah, it rolls off the tongue nicely. Speaking of hype trains and dumb, silly things, so I recently I've learned, thanks to Twitter, that the voice actor who does the announcements for Halo, like the Kilimanjaro guy, he has a cameo, and he's been doing all kinds of cameos. He's also pretty cheap. It's only like $55 US to get him to say something on Cameo, and I really want him to say Gremlin for mayor. But it's $55 US to make him say Gremlin for mayor, and I can't justify that. So I'm gonna do much deliberations over the next couple of weeks. Better, like, get him to read the description of, like, a dwarven artifact or something. Someone should make a top 10 Dwarf Fortress video about the best DF names. I mean, the best DF name is Bulbasaur. Obviously. Like the one time I was getting attacked by the tower of the Bulbasaur. It's very, very amusing to me. Just 55 USD to make him say shit. So that person that made him say bored, ape, stolen a bunch of times, paid 55 USD, yes. We have a tavern called the Nut of Busts. Did you do that intentionally, or did the game do that for you? Because if the game did that for you, then... And of course, like, the word ball and balls both exist, so the game did it. Bullshit. Vodder, it didn't happen. But seriously, I'm just going to link this again because it's way too fucking funny. The bust of nuts? How about the busted nuts? What? Also, chat room, thank you very much for the hype train. If anybody does want to level it up again, 5 gifted subs or about 2,300 bits will level it up again. I don't ever think about how he bites off the shell to get at the nut, no. Thank you for asking, though. All right, sweet. There you go. Gold pedestal goes in there, and then once that's set up, we can put that golden axe into the tavern.
Why are these fools still breathing my air? This is unacceptable!
It is unacceptable. A vile force of darkness has arrived. Well, can't be that many of them, can it? It's just the first siege. So, charge! What could possibly go wrong? A vile force of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 have arrived. Okay, not much of a force, but I think we're about to shout. Okay, first off, shout outs to Mezbuth, the Hammerlord, who's bringing her baby into battle. A little Id, who's already a legendary dwarf. Pardon me? Oh, no, never mind. That's the Mace Dwarf next to you. Little Manon, the dwarven baby. We've also got a Biolance. That's very different. We'll follow Bastet. He's at the front. Okay, hold on. How's this going? Let's see. The Hammerlord bashes the Goblin Bowman in the left hand with her Silver Warhammer, fracturing the bone through the rope reed mitten. And the force bends the left wrist, tearing apart the muscle. Good luck firing a bow with that. Let's see. This Hammerlord, the Hammerlord kicks the Goblin Bowman in the left lower arm with her left foot, and the injured part explodes. An artery has been opened by the attack, probably more than one. And thank you for the hype train, chat room. And the force pulls the elbow, tearing apart the muscle. And so much for that siege. So that means that we need to set up a wall, is what that means. Because I currently, that's, no offense to the hype train. That was a really small hype train. But thank you guys for the hype train, all the same. Yeah, we need to set up some walls or something. So instead of setting up walls, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go over here. You're petting your what? Yeah, because they haven't added new hype train emotes in forever. Twitch is obviously too busy plotting about how they're going to recover all of the bad press they just got from Bloomberg. No, I like the elves. The elves are cool. The elves aren't invading me. The goblins are. I got nothing against elves. Elves are fine. Let's build us a bridge. Also, as a Canadian, I don't make anybody pay for anything. Especially if they don't owe me money. Only American presidents do that. There you go. Make it loose. Make it loose! Loose this. White Pony One, thank you very much for giving a sub to Ben of Milan. Cheers, dude. Long hair go. Let's go. So now we get to wait for them to build all that stuff. And put all the dead goblins away. Oh no, my manager has slipped into depression. Well, rip the manager, I guess. Anybody want to take his job? Eurus, the milker, you're a proficient organizer. You can be our new manager, person. He's a novice liar. Well, you'll do just fine. In my experience, every day is always a good day to die. And there you go. We have a new manager now. There already is. That's called your mayor. If you have a mayor in your fort, that's literally one of their jobs, is to be your therapist. Like, I'm not even joking. That is, like, part of the mayor's job, is they talk to unhappy dwarves. It's just most people either ignore their mayor or they don't realize that. So you kind of already do have the therapist. The job of the mayor is to speak with unhappy dwarves, and unhappy dwarves cry on them and scream at them. Yep, you just need a dedicated person in charge to yell at. That is absolutely accurate. Most people just don't realize that. And the mayor needs to flip random levers. Yeah, and then you don't have a therapist anymore. Wait. What's up, human? Seeing local politician from a mental health care sounds horrible, to be honest. You know, I don't disagree with that statement in the slightest, but it's the way dwarfs do it, so I'm not going to tell them to do things differently. I'm not here to judge dwarven culture. I'm just here to roll my eyes, I guess. I'm going to disable a lot of this not random jobs, but disable a lot of these jobs for a little bit. Because I got things that I need to be doing right now, and most of them involve building defenses. Just gonna disable all those jobs and reprioritize everything onto construction. Yeah, it is more like going to your priest for therapy. I mean, I think that priests, if you happen to have a religious thing, can do that. It's just not that common that you actually have priests. Let's get all those dumped into the lava.
This is madness!
Madness. You guys can start talking about pens again. Yeet. I made hobo jelly in DMs, I think. We're 30 minutes late. This is true, but it is also half of it's never too late to bring back a convo. Do I need to make a 15 pens room on Discord that's not safe for work? Because I could make you guys a penmanship room. You know that, right? It's pretty difficult to get a solid religion going in real life and in video games. Are you depressed? Oh, because you were my manager. You are the same dwarf that was depressed previously. Also, yeah, Dragon Man's dwarf made a gold axe, and so we renamed the tavern to Gold Axe. Golden Axe. Good thing nobody's ever used that name for any intellectual property before. I think we're in the clear. I think that this franchise of Dwarven Taverns is going to be very successful. We are known for our highbrow humor. Sure. Sure. Definitely. Yes, absolutely. The Isle of Pen. Pen Island. Yes, very, very funny. I'm sure nobody's made that internet joke before. You know that website doesn't exist anymore, and it makes me genuinely sad. Like, the saddest I've ever been on the internet was one, when that website went away, and the second saddest I've ever been was when I learned that it was just a joke and not an actual pen manufacturer. That's the two of the saddest days of my life on the internet. Anyway. My life on the internet hasn't been that sad, as you can probably tell. You feel like you're missing a pen? So Pen Island was a website that existed for a bit here, which if you read it, it says Penis Land. All right? And it was a fake ballpoint pen boutique company. And all of their logos looked very phallic. It's an old joke website from, like, I don't know, late 2000s. You can't join the Pen 15 room. And Pen 15 is literally just like, it's penis. Kids used to walk up to people in school and be like, hey, you have a Pen 15? What? Anyway, the Forgotten Beast, Cathab, has come, and his enormous blob composed of water. Oh no! oh no, whatever shall we do? Don't prick it. It has wings, and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its poisonous vapors. That's actually kind of scary. We need to poke it. but it does have access to my everything. Also, it doesn't seem very good at flying. It's a bubble. Yes, Def Mole's been on the internet before. Use the gold axe to kill it? Nah, nobody's gonna wield that. You do have pen 15 pen? Sobo actually has a pen 15. Wow. Dwarves have mistaken a small bubble in the water for a dangerous beast. Do run away from that bubble, Soap. Yeah, this is the... Although poisonous vapors can be kind of gnarly, so... I've had a forgotten beast that was like, it was this glass spider and it was super scary sounding and it breathed fire and all this stuff and it literally took 2 steps onto the map, fell out of a tree and exploded. Like, it just fell apart when it hit the ground. It was very funny. Like, it literally entered the map and just went... Vapors can be really scary, so we have to kill it quickly. Assuming it doesn't just, like, leave the map and disappear. Which looks like it's doing, so... We'll let it do whatever it wants to do. It'll probably just go die to a Crundle or something. Alright. Okay, fine. We'll make it retracting then. Oh, yeah, it came back. All right, let's send my military back down then. It really depends on what the... Did it run off again? But yeah, it really depends on what its poisonous vapors are. If its poisonous vapors aren't super bad, then it's fine. But if its poisonous vapors are scary, it could be really scary. And the fact that it has wings is also scary because it can, like, hover above. But because it's made of water, I don't think it's going to be very good at flying. I could be wrong. That one, did it slip? It fell out of a tree and it exploded due to the impact, basically. It's the water temple boss? Yeah, kind of. All right. Combat. 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 Come on, forgotten beast. The Hammerlord strikes the forgotten beast in the body with its steel shield, breaking away the tissue. I have not parted this. I might require an answer. Anyway, it's gone. I'm gonna follow you. Kind of hoping that they don't, like... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold up. I do have one dwarf that is, like, lying on the ground, but, like, not dying yet, so that's good. This is now officially a hospital, by the way, guys. Oh, did you just fall asleep? Some migrants have arrived, apparently. An animal dissector. Should be fine. Although, let's give you some useful jobs like stoneworking. Masonry. Slaughtered. Slaughtered. Dinner's arrived. Oh, nice of them. Up to 88 dwarves. Good stuff. Vapor's good at flying? I mean, it wasn't made of vapor, though. It was made of water. It wasn't water vapor. It was just made of water, so... But yeah, looks like we're all fine. That's good. Gold hatch cover. 5. We're just going all the way along either side of these. Filling these out. Also, glad you guys are enjoying that the new channel point redemption, as silly as it is. It is super goofy, but it's good goofy, I think. And it reminds people how long my hair is. Didn't grow it out for nothing, so. But yeah, that Forgotten Beast wasn't particularly frightening. It was about as scary as a water balloon, so. It is for the best, I suppose. I'd say it is for the best. You know, whenever people leave comments about Dwarf Fortress being like playing the Matrix, I do have to wonder, it's like, have you ever actually tried though? Everybody's just like, I find playing the Matrix too difficult. It's like, sure, but like, how long have you played it? How long have you tried? Have you tried? Does genuinely make me wonder. You named a shield. Why are you still down here, Dwarf? Get back upstairs. Oh. Alright, let's unsuspend alt gigs. What exactly am I building? Fortress. Sorry for like doing the obvious answer. I'm building a platform. And then I'm going to bring all of the best content creators, and we're going to make sure that they only use my platform and nobody else's platform, because I want platform exclusivity. No, we're building a platform up here, and this is going to be the upper entrance to the fort. Because walls by themselves aren't very efficient in DF. Just like in real life, people have a habit of just walking around them. So, or climbing them. So they can't climb things that are suspended above ground. So I'm building this suspended structure above ground so that things can't climb it, basically. Gosh, there is like no trees on this map, jeez. But yeah, no, I'm building a area that is suspended and like sitting on our stairwell that nothing will be able to break into, and we're going to use that as our format of defense, because we're going to be fighting zombies, which means there's going to be a point where it's going to be difficult to visit the surface. So I want to have a safe construction above ground that is that can completely seal off from baddies if I choose to. That they won't be able to enter unless I permit them to. No, it's suspended from, like, the center stairway with these walls and 4 pillars. Plenty suspended. We're going to do all of our trading up here. There's going to be some stockpiles. Yeah. Well, no, it's sitting on walls and stairs. It's got pillars underneath it. Need architects. Here. You can have architecture. Woodcutter. Finish jugging. Go store item in stockpile. And... Aw. I just remembered. Space Pirate caught fire and died. But Space Pirate made that toy axe and dedicated it to his wife, and his kid was playing with it shortly after. I feel really bad about that. There you go. There goes there's the steel battle, or the gold battle axe getting put in the tavern. But yeah, this is where I'm going to train my military and everything. Pea collection, picking off topic. Chat, Hobo just posted a picture of his pea collection. That's a lot of pens, jeez. One of those pens looks like something... Are those Star Wars pens? Hobo, you have 2 Star Wars pens? Why do you have 2 Star Wars pens? Also, these just look like vapes. Those are sneaky pens in disguise. Hi, Gremlin! I won't drive it away. It'll leave it on its own. Of its own accord. Hello, evil green boy. He's already gone, I think. You know, I can't read R2-D2 now without thinking it's a typo of Red Dead Redemption 2. But R2-D2 and a Death Star. Well, I mean, it brings new meaning to the words ballpoint pen. Not pictures is a white with red accents. You keep that at your office. Gotcha. My dad, when he's working, walks around with this gold, like, crusted pen that he wears in his coat pocket. And he never uses it. Unless he has to, like, sign something with his signature. It's like his signature writing pen. He only uses it for his signature. It's like, all right. I have a $1 pen that I bought at the dollar store like 5 years ago, and it's the only pen that I own. It still works, I think. I haven't used it in a while. Not very dedicated to penmanship, as many of you may know. Kylo Ren's, more like Kylo Pens.
Hey, you're good, man.
Thanks, man. That's what I do. How you doing? Patchwork, thank you very much for the 33rd month. And for clicking that button 33 times. Here, have a cheers with my mug. Big thanks, mate. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for Patchwork? Agreeing that I made a pun. You wanted to shit talk Disney, but May went for the pun instead? I mean, always shit talk Disney. You're more than welcome to shit talk Disney here. We know Disney fan here. I don't think. Chad, are you a Disney fan? Should I add Disney is illegal right up next to ketchup is illegal? It's like the 2 things that are illegal, Disney and ketchup. That might scare some people away. At least with the ketchup thing, people just laugh and move on. I think it's because people are allowed to go outside now. In most places in the world, and that's been helping a lot with people's mental health. What just happened to you, Dwarf? That dwarf just got scared to all the living hell by something. Where's the peregrine falcon? Cave blobs! Not cave blobs! Anything but the cave blobs! I hate cave blobs. Give dwarves a fever, and it never goes away. Wait, seriously though, anything but the cave blobs. Needs bed. God damn. Okay, fine. Fuck. Sure. I apparently don't have a single, like, carpenter in this fort, which is probably my own fault. I do now, though. No, but I also don't really pay attention to the wealth economy. BJ? Nor burger places. No, I haven't. As dwarves continue to construct buildings. What they do now is disgraceful. I don't know if I'd say disgraceful. A lot of the media that they produce is actually quite good. But, the issue I have more of is their monopolistic tendencies and the way they treat their employees. Those are the issues I have, generally. Oh, fair enough, Pink. Yeah. You entered into a new relationship. It's been really good. Really nice to have someone show you preconceptions of like love and teamwork, and don't have to be true, but also doing a lot of work and going to the gym and stuff. Hell yeah, self-improvement and relationships is always a boost when they work. It's always a boost when they work. It's just a matter of making them last. Is that a fairy? Oh, it's a dragonfly. We do have pixies, though, like this one that's right behind my camera. Right there. Look at it. It's where my pixies. Drop doesn't do pens anymore, because, I mean, I spent a lot of money on pens and ink from that site. That site is one of those sites that's really good at making people spend a lot of money on really dumb shit. But also, like, sometimes you'll get a great deal out of it, too. It's just like a friend of mine was like, man, I'm so happy Bandcamp Fridays are over. I was like, why? And he's just, or might be ending. I'm like, why? And he goes, because I'll stop buying CDs. I'm like, how many CDs do you buy? He's like, I spent $500 2 weeks ago. I was like, oh, okay, yeah. I mean, Bandcamp Fridays, I'll buy a cassette for like 15 bucks. every third Bandcamp Friday or something. But now they're just going on indefinitely. Can you? Yeah, building keyboards, that's an expensive hobby. You know, honestly, when it comes to keyboards, I am perfectly happy with my plain as fuck Cooler Master keys with, barely shows up on the camera, my Cherry MX Brown switches that are nice and quiet. It's more than enough. Also, probably the oldest piece of computer stuff I have is this fucking SteelSeries mousepad I bought in 2008. I've had that mousepad for so long. Every now and again, there will be a company that's like, hey, do you want this stupid novelty mousepad? I'm like, nah, I'll just keep using the same SteelSeries one I've been using for forever. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like I said, when a relationship works, regardless of how long it works for, you benefit massively in the long term. Unless it ends poorly, and then it's just kind of shitty. But, like, I talk shit about my ex all the time, but I benefited so much from that relationship, it's ridiculous. Just because it ended horrendously. But, still happy it happened, even though it ended horribly. But the horrible ending has, you know, impacted me mentally worse than I think I benefited from it. But, Is what it is. Life goes on. You don't know about keyboards. Yours is the only one that came with your previous, and even more potatoes to PC. I could get into building keyboards, I think. Like, there is a world where I got into building keyboards, but the way people build keyboards isn't really interesting to me in the slightest, so. No, yeah, no, people are delicate. People are fragile, and people fall apart quickly. Oh. But I'm happy for you, dude. Glad shit's working. Nice to hear. It's either about bragging about the noise your keys make or showing off pretty colored keys. Think about it this way, right? Musicians like to personalize their musical instruments. People who really like their car like to personalize their car. People who really like their house want to paint it occasionally. People who really like computers want to have a personal tool to use that computer. Like, I fully understand it. Like, it makes perfect sense to me. I really like music and audio gear. And so I spend hours tweaking and personalizing and fixing and changing my music setup in my other room. Getting accessories for it, swapping out cables, moving speakers. I could easily spend a weekend just tweaking my audio setup. Is it for everybody? No, but it's something that I love, that I get time out of, right? And keyboards are very much the same thing. If you really like using computers and you spend a lot of time on computers, it is a perfectly logical, rational thing to spend a lot of time perfecting your computer setup to be the optimal setup for you. And that's all that keyboard building is. And as far as like loud keys go, some people like loud keys. Some people drive Harleys, and they drive me fucking nuts. Fuck those people. Sorry if you drive a Harley, but fuck you. Yeah, we all have our niches, we all have our interests, and keyboard building is just one of those. Of many, many, many possible interests. You feel less guilty wanting to collect bookends? Dude, if you enjoy building bookends, that's just wanting to personalize your book collection and the way you display your books. Why would you feel guilty wanting to collect bookends? Like, although at the same time, I'm very much kind of a minimalist and somebody who believes that if you're going to collect something, be intentional about it. Don't just collect things for the sake of having things. If you're going to collect something, it has to be something that benefits you, that you enjoy having around, that you like having as part of your life. And if you have too many things, it's very easy for spaces to become cluttered and be less enjoyable to be in. If you are collecting an item or a thing or a knickknack or a tchotchke or whatever you want to call it, if it actively improves the space that you live in, it's a benefit to you, and fuck what everybody else thinks. If you have a massive collection of foot-long horse dildos, if that improves your life, having those in your space, by all means, collect what you want to collect. Just maybe put them away when you have family over. That's all. It doesn't matter what you collect. If you like having the thing and having the thing actively benefits you in some way, collect it. Come on. Why not? So this is going to be... what should I call this? Drawbridge. Right. Yeah, well, see, I have that problem with records, right? But the last time I went to the... I need to stop buying shit. Is it benefiting you buying that shit? Or are you buying too much shit and it's time to stop buying shit? Although, because there is a point where you should stop buying shit. But, like, I collect records, right? I have a record collection. I have a set amount of space in my apartment and on my shelf to have records. And now, whenever I go to the record store, we will buy 1 or 2 records, but I will bring the same number of records to the record store to trade in when I buy that. I collect vinyl, I collect cassettes, and I have some CDs. But the CDs are more just like if I can't afford the record and they don't have a cassette, then I will buy the CD. But for music and bands that I really like, I go out of my way to buy records and CDs. And I really like that hobby. But I trade in almost as much as I purchase. It is a give and take hobby because I realize I don't have the space and I don't want to have to transport a huge collection. So I'm constantly tweaking my collection. Like sometimes I'll purchase a nicer copy of a record that I already had and I'll trade in the old one or I'll give it away. I gave some records to a friend of mine not too long ago who just got a record player. Just some classic rock and a few classical stuff. Some classical stuff. But it's like, I have about 250 records. I have space for about 300 records. And I don't really want to go over that. Who, Patrick? That made you laugh? I don't know. I was trying to think of something absurd. It was between that or model trains, and horse dildos sound funnier. Grandson, not familiar. But, like, I used to buy Lego kits pretty frequently, and I think I'm at a point now with that Lego kits collection where I think I can start getting rid of my Lego kits. I think I can start selling them, giving them away, because, like, I like having Lego kits, but they just take up too much space, and there's other things that I'd like to do with that space instead. But I still have all the boxes, so I'm going to start breaking them down on my days off and putting them up on Craigslist or something and try and resell them. Not at value or anything. Sell them to price them to sell. Just get like $20 a kit for them. Except for, I'll probably keep the Apollo rocket kit because I really like that one. But outside of that, it's like, I like them, but do you live in a bigger space than 425 square foot apartment, CCJ? Because if yes, then fucking absolutely you can have more. I live in a very small apartment. That's 38.9 square meters, by the way. It's just everything here is sold in feet, so that's what I go to automatically, but... So, yes, I have a rather small collection because I have one shelf. And I probably won't go too much higher than that. I'd like to get me a nicer storage solution for my cassettes, which will allow me to have another about 45 records. And then maybe another 50 cassettes or so. Dude, I have 1,230 gold bars. Yeah, I can fucking make my trade depot out of gold. You live on an old farm, 7 acres? Yeah, of course then you can, you know, probably have more space to store stuff than I do. That makes perfect sense. Why you would. There we go. So the squads will move up there. Uh-oh. Wrong button. CCJ is just collecting acres. I mean, I grew up on about 10 acres of property. But yeah, no, I have one small Kallax IKEA shelf full of records, basically. You ran out of chaser and this vodka cost $12? Get some ice cubes, Ming. That's all you need. Vodka and ice cubes. That's the shit. Come on. Get the program. And start making iron helms yet. It's working on steel breast. Actually, we should stop those iron helms because I don't even have any iron left. It's all steel. Steel helm. 30. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Pink Fluffy Llama? Because it sounds like they need it. I'm sure there will be other opportunities. At least you know. At least you didn't have to wait until tomorrow. Summer has arrived on the calendar. Yeah, living in the country is not an option for me. Not being able to drive and never owning a car makes that difficult. Country generally doesn't have very good bus service. I need to be close to public transit to be able to exist. So, highly doubt I'll ever live in a place like that again, but that's fine. Kind of extreme isolation for me living in a place like that. Let's get into sprinting. Just get into funnier jokes. All right, that is our bridge. So now we just need to hook up those drawbridges. The first one hooked up. And the second one hooked up. And once that's done, which it should be done in a few seconds. Come on, Disco. Construct this quicker. You're lonely after being away from family. Well, I mean, you're an architect. Making a big old bridge. There you go. So now that that's done, I can go down here, and I can demolish this, 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 and this. You came over to this fort, I think. Let me double check. Talier, Disco. Thought you did. You didn't. But no, this is the same world, so it's still possible you could move over. Although we have a peasant here. Oh, hey, it's a child who grew up. What do you like? Dreams of raising a family. Like silver, brown jasper, and guinea fowl leather. That's the wrong one. There you go. Go get to work, child. I can't remember if you died, to be honest. I'd need to look it up. I don't think you died. I seem to recall you being alive, but like the last 6 to 7 hours of that fort was running so slowly that it was really difficult for me to pay attention to anything or care about anything for that matter, so it's possible. And connect to that. But if you don't show up by the end of today, then we'll get you a space next week if that works. And we've got Disco, who just finished building that river, who's a weaver, who's now in a strange mood and has claimed a clother's shop. And he's just sitting there. Must have bones. Metal bars. Iron cloth. Bones. Well. Don't have anything I can make into yarn. Do I have yarn? No, I don't have yarn. How many years is it? It's early summer. I think that's when the humans trade. We got plenty of gold rings to sell them. Same with mugs. I would take a break. This is just me if I were applying for jobs. If I just got a no on an interview, I would take a break, relax, enjoy your weekend, write up the emails on Sunday morning and send them off Sunday evening so that they arrive by Monday. And then that's the first thing at the top of the email on Monday. That's what I would do. It's TF to let you spin gold into yarn. Yeah, about that. You just did your 5th one this week. Well, you two can commiserate, I guess. You're feeling a little eh? Yeah, you don't want to be applying for jobs when you're feeling shitty, you know? But that's just me. My statement is, you didn't miss out on an opportunity. The opportunity just didn't fully present itself, so. Or it was just the wrong opportunity. So just chill out, enjoy your weekend, and try again on Monday. That's my advice. But then again, you're also talking to somebody who worked full-time night shift at McDonald's for 8 years and gas station and other odd jobs while playing video games on the internet. So maybe I'm also not the person to ask about, you know, like applying for work. But, I mean, people listen to what I have to say for some stupid reason. So there you go. Ring. 1 ring to rule them all, and in gold, bind them. Also apparently string. That's fine. You upgraded your CPU and forgot what it was. Well, which i7? Is it a 7700? Because that's what I'm running. Actually, I don't know what generation that is because I'm an idiot and I don't know how CPUs work. Ooh, an interesting entrance. 11700K? Okay, so that's the one. That's generation after mine then. I don't know the generations for CPUs, I'll be honest, and I can't keep track of that shit in my head. The way this is how I deal with computers and tech, is I acknowledge them briefly until I've purchased the exact thing that I need, and then I forget about everything related to computers for the next, I don't know, few years. Oh no. Oh, phew, they did bring 1 thing of wool. Whew, we're good. Excellent. Let's see, are you running to go get the thing that you need? Yay! Okay. Let's see, what else does you have? You know, I think I'm just gonna buy all of this wood, because getting wood on this map is actually kind of a pain. And wood is cheap. So that would mean I'm a 7th gen? Yeah, that is pretty old. Wood is cheap. It's okay, you work the same. What, you just do your best to forget everything about tech until it's relevant again, which is very rare? So it's not like you're that far behind? Yeah, we've definitely gotten to diminishing returns. When you get a new job, you're getting yourself an M1 MacBook. If I ever have to use Mac OS again, I think I might cut my big toes off. Because fuck using Mac OS. Ugh, I hate that goddamn OS. So bad. I'd rather use Linux for the rest of my life than ever use Mac OS again. Let's follow that craft dwarf in the strange mood. Hold on a second. I need to make sure they're not on my porch. They're weed eating outside. Off my porch. Oh, hey. A forgotten beast has come, and he's wielding a weed eater. A gigantic three-eyed serpent. It has large mandibles, and it undulates rhythmically. Its eyes glow chartreuse, and its sky blue scales are oval-shaped and overlapping. Beware its deadly spit. What layer is this in, though? Is a derivative of blue screen of death. Wow, okay. I mean, that's not the direction I'd go with that, but I wouldn't disagree. All right, so it's in a layer that it can't get to us. I'm just gonna actually just... If it makes it up to us, then we'll fight it. Otherwise, eh. Blue screen of death, definitely. I don't care what that actually stands for. For me, it stands for blue screen of death. They have a habit of taking leaf blowers out onto my porch and then blowing my fucking stuff to the other end of the apartment complex, and then I have to go find my watering cans and stuff for my garden, and it drives me nuts. So whenever they're outside, whenever it gets loud, I have to pop my head out and make sure they're not on my patio. Also, the last time they did that, they killed my one remaining kale plant that survived the winter because it snapped in half from their leaf blower. So, you know. I know. Pink fluffy llama. Thank you for informing me that. I'm still gonna say, fuck macOS. I hate that OS. It's the worst OS I've ever had to use. I had to use, no, it's just a really light watering can. And they're not careful around people's potted plants. I had to use Macs for about 3 years in music school. Because all of the music software we used ran on Mac almost exclusively. I hated it. It was awful. That's pretty much why you went from Arch Linux to Mac OS, because the software and hardware I use just doesn't work on Linux. Shocking, you know? I mean, the reason I use Windows primarily is because everything I use works natively on Windows and not natively on Linux. It's like literally everything I play and everything I use for streaming runs natively on Windows. And like a third of it runs natively on Linux. Okay, let's follow the strange mood. But not enough of it runs natively on Linux that it's worth using Linux. I know OBS runs natively on Linux, but maybe 1 in 5 games I play runs natively on Linux. Maybe 1 in 5. You just fucking hate Windows outright. You can't do like more than half the stuff I need to do in an OS, so it's just away from it because you have to dual boot for a game. Yeah, see, I don't ever want to have to dual boot. Although I am in the process of planning out a server, and that's gonna run Linux. Fuck running a Windows server. But I will say that. All right, that mysterious construction artifact is getting going. So gold bars, ostrich cock, bone, which doesn't make that sound any better whatsoever. Cow leather, bauxite gizzard stones, stray piglet bone, and stray bull bone, sheep wool cloth, and alpaca wool cloth. So, hells yeah. You just use Windows because what you know. I like tinkering with Linux. I'm not good enough at fucking around with that stuff to actually be even remotely competent with Linux. I want to practice some martial art. What else do you want to do? You really want to practice martial art? All right, Akre, you're going to start a squad. Nowadays, dual boot is no issue anymore. You got dual boot with with your main PC and notebook, and you use mainly Linux on your notebook and Windows on your PC. I'm too... It's not an issue of it being easy or not. It's an issue of I am extremely fucking lazy. That's the issue. Is at the end of the day, I am excessively fucking lazy. And if I have something that works, it literally needs to stop being updated permanently for me to change it. So, yeah, no. I'm gonna make a little weapons stockpile here. And hopefully we find some more iron in the process. It's like, I know my way around computers. I could absolutely figure out everything I need to do, but unless it's absolutely necessary, I just won't do it. Linux is not that much work anymore. And everybody will remind you that. Setting up Linux is no more complicated than setting up any other OS. Disco, the Weaver, has created Makar Gugzel, a wool-right glove. Well, at least it's not the wrong glove, and claims it as a family heirloom. It's worth 45,520 Zethal, and it's called Sadness Gourd. Sadness Gourd. It's the gourd of sadness. You know, just like, hold up. You know, just like this lad. Just like this guy. The gourd of sadness. You know? Look at that sad face. Anyway, it's the gourd of sadness. Good night, cutest. This is an alpaca wool-right glove. All Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with alpaca wool and encircled with bands of pig bone. It is made from wool cloth. The thread is emerald, with emerald dye. This object is adorned with hanging rings of bauxite and menaces with spikes of sheep's wool, cow leather, and ostrich bone, and gold. On the item is an image of the Lovely Fist, the adamantine figurine of Onal Empire named in cow bone. I'm looking at pen sites now. Hobo's just like, I'm looking at, I need to buy more pens. Also, Twitch would like me to inform you that hype trains are no longer on cooldown. So, yeah, no. That's the thing, I suppose. You bought olive oil? That's a good thing to buy. Why did you have to buy Popeye's wife? The Forgotten Beast. Smunstu has come. A gigantic, scaly bristleworm. It has a spiral shell and it is stuck in a tree. It has a spiral shell and it has a bloated body. Its cream scales are blocky and set far apart. Beware its deadly blood. It is in a tree. And I don't think it can get down. This Forgotten Piece seems a little buggy. What is OYL? I'm so confused. I grew up learning to troubleshoot computer issues, and I can do it much better than most. It's just a big sigh to do it. Yeah, I want computers to be easy. Computers to be easy. A giant pretzel? You're a giant pretzel. Oh, is she really named OYL? Okay, well. Not only is this... Okay, so this Forgotten Beast is spawned in the worst place possible. It's spawned in the middle of a lake. In a tree. This poor beast. We'll just leave it there. It'll be fine. I also haven't watched Popeye since I was like 6, so. The last time I watched Popeye was when my little sister was getting her baby teeth removed because she had a cavity, and the dentist was all like, there's no reason for her to keep these teeth, so they just yanked it out. Which means she was probably like younger than 3, so I was probably like at like maybe 6 or 7. Bastet the Hammerlord has named their shield Oton Glukig. Very impressive name. How's your dwarf coming along? Well, they came over here from the other fort. Let's find you. Where is you? I can't remember what your job was. Excellent, Zakos, Anander, Sycon, Jackneric, Spike-eared Freak, the other Jackneric, Dragon Man, Krabicus, Battalier. There he is. You have killed 1, 2, 3 zombies, 3 zombie dwarves, and a zombie eagle. She is satisfied with her work. She wants to be around friends. She is angry after getting into an argument, but interested after having an intellectual discussion. Which leads me to believe I'm going to make you into a scholar, actually. You'll be a scholar. But generally, you're pretty happy. You're chilling. You still dream of raising a family, and you never fall in love or develop positive feelings towards anything. Good luck raising a family. You're like, I want to play with... I want to have a family, but I don't want to put in any of the effort to have a family, which is kind of mood. It's a warrior philosopher? Yeah, who really wants a family, which means you're going to talk about the philosophies of having a family without actually having a family ever. Do some prospecting while we're at it. Kidnap kids and raise them? Just like Armok intended. I need more iron. From what I can tell is just in this stone on this level. Your neighbor does exactly that with cats? No, your neighbor's not doing that with cats. The cats are kidnapping your neighbor. Come on. You've made the decision to not buy a new pen this year? I mean, it's easier for you, Cutest, because your economy is currently doing the quite literal nosedives. So it's much easier for you to not buy expensive hobby things this year. So maybe that's like an unfair pact, but maybe that's a good person for Hobo to make a pact with. Somebody who is very likely to not, you know, fall into that trap this year. Hey, Psycho. Sup? Because nobody has drank to the death of the American economy yet this year. So. Just the death of Twitter. I'm not taking your advice, Submersion. We have plenty of steel and iron already. I'm just trying to find more. We also have tons of gold, which is probably going to be our main trade good. And by tons of gold, I mean, well, just let me go down a little bit. No. No. All right. Whoop. All of that yellow's gold. 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 Plus we have shit tons of silver. And I know that there's more iron up there, and we have plenty of flux to make more iron. It's just a matter of finding it, so that's all I'm in the process of doing, is just digging around in these layers up here to find more. So no, I'm not taking your advice on how to get more. I know how to get more if I need to get more, but currently I will mine out everything before I really worry about trading too heavily. Also, it's getting close to lunchtime. Tummy's getting grumbly. You're thinking about getting into EVE Online? Man, speaking of people you should make a pact with to agree to never do a thing. What in the world has come over you? Are you okay? Do you need, like, mental assistance to avoid EVE Online? Because I can help you with that by just saying you could just play Dwarf Fortress instead. Although, my brief experience with EVE Online would probably be very different right now. Oh, why? Yeah, pretty spaceships, I agree. Lovely pretty spaceships. I love me some pretty spaceships, but... When was the last time I played? 2008? Maybe? Tentatively? I hate MMOs, though, so I've never lasted with an MMO for very long. That sounds like a open source Tetris. No. Because the game of EVE Online isn't a video game that you play. It's a psychological warfare game between you and other players. It's exactly the same game. I still sometimes read what's going on in EVE Online, and yeah, shit hasn't changed in the slightest. Like, literally, that shit just hasn't even remotely changed. So, no. It's still the same game because it's still the same mental mind games with people that have more free time than you. And I fucking hate that shit. I really liked the idea of EVE Online. I only lasted in that game for about 6 weeks before I went, fuck this shit. This is garbage. And then at the time I went back to playing RuneScape, and now I just don't play any MMOs and probably will never play another MMO again aside from maybe the occasional stint at running a private server for something like Ultima Online. But I don't, or like the MUDs that I sometimes play, but never playing another MMO. Fuck that shit. Not for me. It's for plenty of people. But never again. I'm happy. So I've only ever watched streams of Final Fantasy and Bloco, and I'm glad that somebody else agrees with me that that story is awful. Every single bit I've seen of this is like, oh, it just keeps getting weirder and worse. Sweet. Yeah, I am completely there with you, Chups. The ships are really pretty, but Yeah, no. I gave up on that. The rooms still exist on the Discord, but I privated them all. No, I play Bat Mud sometimes. Oh. There's more iron. Basically, I have to focus on things that, you know, are actually helpful to me, and that stopped being helpful pretty quickly. It was a fun little side project, but it's not, it wasn't going to go anywhere. It's best to just cut your losses and move on. Yeah, like pay my rent. Although this is not really the same thing, but kind of similar. Me and my stream team, so Halcyon and Frequency, we've been talking about running a game jam. Don't really know what the themes or what it'll look like or when it'll happen, but that's probably something that we're going to do. So if you're interested in making games and want to take part in a fun little game jam that will probably be like a week long or something, keep an eye. Prizes will probably be minimal, but it'll be something like, we all stream your game. Which would be kind of neat. I would think. Yeah, we've been talking about it. It was something that I came up while I was feeling kind of manic and really stoned on my weekend last week. I was literally sitting here just like going through Ludum Dare. I was like, why don't we fucking do this? Like, we could do this. All of the tools are like available for free to run a game jam really easily on itch. It's just a matter of coming up with themes and organizing it and finding people to participate. And I think we could do that. So, and half of my chat's always talking about wanting to make games, and a bunch of people in this chat took part in the 7-day RL recently, so why not? I'm definitely running a game jab. Did you step into the alcohol that quickly after the interview, Peg? Nothing's planned yet, but probably, yes. We're having a meeting on tomorrow, and we're going to talk about it a bunch. Sign you up for the game jam? Join this Discord. There will be people yelling on there about it when it happens. Although I think you're already in that one, so. Now that's a good amount of iron. Look at all that. All of that is iron. Although I'm really annoyed. The iron looks identical to my gold orb. It's kind of really annoying, actually. That is not the button I wanted to use. How the hell did you miss that one? Oh, it's because someone's already mining it. No? What? That is a good amount of iron now. Probably still more in here that we could cut out later. Each time a test fails, take a shot? Nah. No, thanks. It's a game jam, but you have to take a shot every time you encounter a bug. I don't want to kill half my community, dude. How about a game jam is a game jam, but every time you discover a bug, you take a shot of water. And when you have to pee, your game's done. No, that would be bad. It'd be like that dumb contest that one game store ran in Canada for the Wii when it came out, where it was the hold your Wii for a week contest. If you don't pee for a week, I don't know how you possibly would prove that. You got a free Wii and one person died. How dare I forcing water upon us? Excuse me, but Stay Hydrated Bot would like to know your location. This is hydrofascism. That's the sequel to Hydro Thunder that never got made. I don't drink water, fish fucking it. That's all I have to say to that. Or even better, it would be like, it's like it's a 72-hour game jam, but every time you pee, you have to take 1 hour off your clock. And every time you find a bug, you have to take a shot of water. That would only ever work in person, but that would be really funny. All right. What are we working on currently? How many jobs are suspended currently? None! Wow. Pig iron. Brew drinks. Cancel that. Steel. Gold ore. Lemonite. Making lots of rock blocks. Constructing beds. Forging steel helms. The shields are done. Let's make 10 more of those. Let's also make steel gauntlet. 30. Also, how much steel are we looking at right now? 1. Great. Is anybody making steel bars? I realize I have this. Here, let's do this. Steel bar, 30. You know what? Actually, let's just do it this way. So much pig iron and charcoal I have. The Shotgun King is so cool. That game is super neat. It's totally worth the, like, $6 that they charge for it. That game is so fucking cool. Absolutely adore that game. It makes me wish I was better at chess, to be honest. You wish that you could play Go worth a damn? I don't actually know the rules to Go. Holy fuck, that's a sparkly pen. That's all I have to say to Cutest Ghost's pen. It's a really sparkly pen. Look at Discord if you would like to see a really sparkly pen. All right, chat room. So the game is saving right now. I'm very hungry. So it is 3 p.m. and I've been streaming for 6 hours. I think it's lunchtime. If my tummy is literally grumbling in real time, it's time for me to go get some food. So I'm gonna wait for the game to finish saving, and then I'm gonna let you guys listen to some music, and I'm gonna go get lunch. I'm gonna tie my hair up though. It will come back down when I sit back down, because I don't want hair in my sandwich. So I will be gone for about 5 minutes-ish. We'll listen to half of a record, and then when I get back, no pens. I don't buy. I own 1 pen, my dude. I'm never buying more. So when I get back, we will continue with this lovely fort. We're gonna make more bedrooms. We're gonna set up more things, and it's gonna do great. It's gonna do great. It's gonna be great. Okay, it's gonna be great. But I have to go BRB. So if you're going to be gone when I get back and you want to see more of me, there's a link to the YouTube channel where you can watch a lot of Dwarf Fortressy things and other things. And if you want to support the crap I do, there's a link to the thing where you can do that directly. And until then, you guys get this. What kind of quackery do you want, Frog? B?